The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Louis, I'm here.
Item number 9.
After item, okay, well, let's set that agenda item then. So there's been a request from staff to move item 5 down to the last one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
And any opposed? Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I just want to make a point of order real fast. We previously, last week, made a motion to have a workshop on August 28th, and the reason why we don't have 500 people here tonight is because we have that workshop coming, so I just wanted to remind the public of that as we get ready to discuss these.
Okay, so number 5 is going to go after number 9. Okay, so any other changes to the agenda? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
let's go.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. Item number 4, TA CPA 2503 was misnoticed.
Okay.
I have 3 motions here on a sheet of paper that council at their pleasure may read, because we need to remove it from this agenda tonight. We also need to remove it from the July 31st agenda, and then we need to add it as a transmittal hearing for July 31st instead. So whatever council's pleasure is.
Okay, so item number 4, we need to remove it from the agenda tonight. Remove it from July 31st and add it
As the
to,
adoption hearing, as the adoption
as the
hearing.
adoption hearing.
Yep,
Can we do
and-
that all in one motion?
And then set it as transmittal for July 31st instead.
Transmittal for July.
That could be done in one motion?
Okay,
Okay.
whatever the pleasure of council is.
Well, you're.
Yes, please, and then that, you can hand it into the clerk afterwards, please.
I do have it as 3 motions on the sheet of paper, but you can certainly combine them at your pleasure. Thanks.
Give
They
it a
all
try.
relate to the same case? Yes.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, yes.
Thank you.
But, Madam Chair, I move a motion for the Planning Commission to remove TA CPA 25-3 from the transmittal hearing on May 22nd, 2025 at 5:01. And,
And July 31st.
well, yeah, but there's 3 of us. I think we'll pass one on one each. There's 3 of them unless you want
Okay,
to go
let's do
all
them
in one.
separate. Okay,
However you want it, we can do it. I
can
can
do
make
it.
it all in one. All right.
For the
And
teachers,
second,
that
well,
would be
this is
really
a
nice
motion,
if you
motion,
just
motion.
wrap it
I think
up.
we ought to vote one each.
yes. And adding the transmittal for July
Well, they say
31st.
motion 1, motion 2, and motion 3, so I don't know if they want it all in one.
It's what we want.
Okay, what we want, do it then. Yeah, I'll do it.
Well, you just have to read them. That's all. Read all 3 together and do it in one motion, please.
One motion would take care of all 3, motion 1, 2, and 3. A motion by the Planning Commission to remove TC/CPA 2503 from transmittal hearing May 22nd, 2025 at 5:01 PM. Motion 2, a motion by the Planning Commission to remove TA CPA 2503/03 from the adoption hearing on July 31st, 2025 at 5:01. A motion, a new number 3, a motion by the Planning Commission to schedule the transmitting hearing CA/CPA 2503 to July 31st, 2025 at 5:01 at the direction of Legal Department to provide the city clerk with a form of notice to advertise the public hearing.
And a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so now we can adopt the agenda as stated. Can I get a motion for that?
Second.
Second for Councilwoman Horatio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we can get this party started.
Oh, one last, if we can.
We have to set the motion for the public hearing.
Well, I said
You
the
want-
motion.
Yeah, we did it all at once for July 31st.
That was the third one.
That was the third one, yes. Did you get the paper?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you're recognized as council attorney, yes.
Thank
sir.
you. Number one is Councilman Vieira is appearing remotely. Can we
Yes.
have a motion to allow him to do so?
Okay. We have to get permission to appear remotely?
Yes.
Okay, there's a second by Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
You're welcome.
And just, if you can refresh my recollection, was there a motion to open all the public hearings for tonight?
There is a motion from who to do it? You did it, Maniscalco. See, you're over here now, okay. Don't pay me any attention. We had some seating assignments, so Maniscalco made the motion and Hurtak seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
To open the public hearing at
Thank you.
5:01. Okay, thank you. Now we can start the party.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Good evening, council. Melissa Zornita, Executive Director of the Hillsborough County City County Planning Commission. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. Tonight, we have some items that are the result of a multi-year process that the Planning Commission staff has worked on with city staff and numerous stakeholders across the city. These items are brought to you after a number of outreach meetings and then 2 public hearings with the Planning Commission, and come to you with recommendations of consistency from the Planning Commission. The consideration tonight is whether or not you want to hold a public hearing tonight to consider transmitting them to the state for review. At your meeting last week, there was discussion about whether or not this was the right time to do that, given that in the last few weeks, there's been a lot of feedback on these amendments, and we've been getting those emails as well. As much as we have tried to engage with all of the community, apparently there were a lot of folks who did not hear from us and who have maybe not understood what was included in all of these amendments. And so despite our best efforts, did not understand what was in the amendments and have a number of concerns. So before you tonight, we have a couple of options about how we can proceed. The first option is you can decide right now that you would like to continue this hearing to August 28th, which was the date that was discussed last week. We would ask that you provide some specific direction on some additional outreach, because that's something that I am prepared for my team to do. We want to continue to engage with the community, educate the community, listen to the community, and make changes as necessary to these documents so that when we come back on August 28th, we're responsive to that feedback. The other choice is to allow staff presentation tonight, receive public comment, and consider transmitting to the Department of Commerce tonight. There is still the opportunity to make changes following transmittal. And you can continue to give us specific direction on having outreach and making those changes. The third choice is that you allow staff presentation tonight, receive public comment, and then at the conclusion of that public comment, continue the action to transmit to August 28th, again, with specific direction on how to proceed with outreach and making changes. I think the common denominator there is that we want to have additional outreach. We recognize there may be, based on that outreach, the need to make some changes. The question is whether or not you want to move forward with staff presentation and public comment tonight. So at this point, I would look for council's direction on that.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And Chair, whenever I'm next. Thank you.
Okay.
I
You
want
wanna
to
wait?
talk to the actual.
Presentation, okay.
Just,
Councilman Maniscalco.
oh, thank you very much. Just my thoughts. We've received an overwhelming amount of emails. You know, this one was at the Planning Commission recently.
Yes.
And now it's here, very short notice, but and we discussed this yesterday, we had a very long briefing. The community is concerned because it's a lot of information to digest. It's a lot of information for us to digest. There are concerns about, in those corridors, to increase the density, that 1/8 of a mile up to going into the neighborhoods. There are concerns about increase in density, specifically in the coastal high hazard areas. I had mentioned yesterday in our briefing, I think, you know, the hurricane should have taught us something. You know, back in October, we see the areas that have been most vulnerable with storm surge, with, you know, exponential rain that's come in. Just a lot of factors. This is just my opinion, that community meetings are held just to put people's mind at ease so they understand. I don't want to, I see option number 2, receive public comment and transmit it. I don't want the public to feel as if they were ignored without, again, it's a lot to digest, and I want to make sure that we're as transparent as possible. The public gets their questions answered before we make any decisions, because if we do transmit tonight and say, well, you can always change and you can always do, I want to be 100% sure that the community gets the information they need, and that there's a level of comfort in what decision we make. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, and I had a long conversation with Planning Commission staff yesterday too, and, you know, I appreciate all the hard work they do. Although this process has been going on for a long time, there were some very substantive changes made since the last time we saw it. In fact, at least one of the terms that I proposed, one word of it was changed, and that changed substantially the outcome of this. It in particular hit South Tampa, and although you had 30 or whatever public meetings, none of the neighborhood associations I've spoken to have said that they were aware of it. And the emails that we've been getting the last few days blame us for not doing enough public engagement. I think that it's fine if you all want to help with the public engagement, but I think you ought to let the city council members lead and let us work on this. You know, in my prior life, one of the things I did was public engagement, and I don't remember ever that I handled public engagement on something and we got 500 emails like this. So I think we just need to look at the process differently and handle it differently. For sure, there are people here. We need to take public comment. We should have the presentation. But there are 2 other alternatives that aren't on here. Well, number 1, we can vote it down, which think about this and the land use regulations. Those are like the guiding principles of land use. And the public comes every week with concerns about the interpretation of those. And for some reason, there is an urgency to rush this. However long it's been going on, these new proposals have only been in for a month or 2, and the public has had no chance to respond to it. We can vote the whole thing down and send it back to the Planning Commission and say redo it and let them deal with all the public input, or we can manage it ourselves. The other thing is that I made a motion last week, which was supported by my colleagues, to hold a workshop, special call workshop on August 28th. For some reason, the word transmittal, I think, ended up in the minutes, but it was never my intention in the motion. I don't think verbally, we can go back and look at it, that it was ever my intention that it would be a transmittal hearing. It was simply a special call workshop so that we could discuss it. I circulated a motion today or yesterday where I think we should have the transmittal hearing on October 30th. That would provide tonight. And keep in mind that most of the people did not come tonight because they know that August 28th is a special call hearing on this. And so we have tonight with some people, we'll have August 28th, which will be our main public hearing on it. And then we'll have October 30th, which is where we'll reflect the changes. I think the public deserves to have 2 more meetings on this, especially since they were told that this meeting, originally we thought we were going to cancel this meeting, and then we found out legally we couldn't, so we're holding this hearing anyway. This counts as a hearing, but really the real hearing is going to be or the real workshop is going to be August 28th when we go line by line. I recommend that we put the transmittal hearing on October 30th at 5:1. That'll be the last chance for the public to have input on it. And then in between those times, I would appreciate if the Planning Commission would work with city council members, especially district city council members, and go neighborhood by neighborhood. We have 3 citywide ones, and I'm sure they'll want to participate as well. But we need to be out in the community, hearing what the community says, explaining to them, because when we start going line by line, we need to know how to do this. And for a document that is this important, we can't mess it up. We can't rush it. And sure, it's going back and forth, being bounced to all these different agencies, but this is too important to rush. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, followed by Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm fine with either way, but we have 50 or 60 good citizens that came, left their home, left their families, left whatever fun that we're going to have to sit here tonight and listen, and it's up to them. My vote is with you folks. If you want to have it tonight, I'll vote tonight. You want to have it August 28th, August 28th. I want to make sure that you are not wasting your time by coming here today. So if I may ask for a hand to August 28th? It looks like the August 28th has it.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. Obviously, we want to hear public comment. People came here. We have to do that. I think that's very, very important. Whether it's August or October, I'm fine. Obviously, we can't hear this tonight. We can't vote yes or no on this tonight. A couple of things. Some of the things have already been said. Number one, I do believe that we do need to have council member involved community meetings, and not just with the district members, but with including citywide, and everybody would want to do it. I say that because some districts, for example, Councilman Miranda's district includes some South Tampa, includes West Tampa, includes different parts, Chairwoman or Councilwoman Henderson's district is very diverse in its areas. You've got East Tampa, you have downtown, you've got Channelside, Ybor, and so forth. And so all very unique areas. So I think even just to have 4 meetings, District 7654, I don't think would be sufficient, but I would encourage it to be specifically council member involved so that we can be a part of it, and just where we're closest to our constituents. It's important too, especially for areas outside of South Tampa, because we have heard a lot from our friends in South Tampa, and we hear you loud and clear, right? And that's great. It's good to have your voice heard. We want to make sure that everybody has their chance. It may very well be that a lot of areas welcome the changes. It may very well be that a lot of areas are very anxious by the changes, proposed changes. We don't know. We have to inquire on that. I would suggest, and take this, please, as my request and my direction, is that between now and August or October, whenever it is that 3 groups meet. That would be our planning commission, that would be the neighborhood representatives, activists, and leaders, and then members of the land use bar. I think it's important for us to sort of, if you do litigation, a summary judgment motion, to get out of the way the things that we can all agree on, and then to highlight on the issues where there is conflict, because it may very well be that there's a lot of areas here of agreement. I don't want to vote yes or no on this today. I think that we have to preserve everything that we can of this hard process that has taken a while, but do it in a way that is involved with all of the public in a wise and judicious manner. So that's my intent for today, and I look forward to hearing folks on this. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with a transmittal hearing on August 28th, as long as we have some public meetings beforehand. The document, can you tell me roughly how many pages it is?
The revised future land use section is about 55 pages.
That's what I thought. So I've read it. I've read it pretty thoroughly multiple times. I want to make sure my colleagues have done the same before they agree to go to a meeting and talk to people about this, because I want them to understand it. I'm concerned that we're gonna, from my understanding, there are 2 policies that people are talking about. They're talking about 2 main policies that they're concerned about. 2.6.3 and land use table 2 bonus 2, and then policy 3.3.6. those are the ones that have to do with transit-ready corridors and attached units and residential 10 land use category. Pretty much every one is focused on that. I don't think it doesn't mean that we can't talk about the rest of it, but those, looking at the emails, that's primarily where people are concerned. And again, primarily concerned in South Tampa. I don't have a problem with going out to the community, but this has been going on for 2 years. This has been something that we've been talking about, and they have gotten some feedback. And I know the activists, while not everyone has known about it, I can pretty much guarantee that Stephanie Pointer and Caroline Bennett have been to every single one of those meetings. So, and you're smiling, so that tells me, yes, that's true. So we do have some representation. I do want the public to be heard, but I don't think that 20 meetings between now and August is going to be able to do that. I would really like to focus on some larger meetings, narrowly tailored to the issues that we keep hearing about. That would be my preference. And then I'm fine with a workshop on August 28th and a transmittal in October. But I mean, I also think a transmittal in August is fine if we can get some coalescence from the public on it. I'm fine with that either way. So I'd be fine to simply continue the hearing to August 28th after, but I do want to hear from people today because I assume, I mean, we have a full agenda tonight, but how many people are here to talk on this? If you could raise your hand. Okay, that's good. That's about half the crowd. That's what I expected. And so we definitely want to hear from them, and we want to have a more outreach where you can have the maps up, where you can talk to people, because basically what we're hearing now, if we were to vote tonight, what I would say is that to take those two policies that I mentioned out of South Tampa, because that's where people evacuate from. So that would be, if I were to vote tonight, that would be my direction. But we do want to hear from the public. So that's basically my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me just say thank you to the Staff and Planning Commission for the almost 2 years of work that you've done and 38, community meetings. I don't want to not state that there has been a lot of effort put into this. For me, just in listening and not having the emotional attachment of the great concerns, is the best option, in my opinion, is to actually transmit, because you have the opportunity to make all of the changes based on the friction points. And the friction points are in our emails. You know exactly what they are. Councilwoman Hurtek just pointed them out today. If we transmit, we're not saying this is the final stage of where we're going with this. It gives us an opportunity to still edit and still draft. Can you confirm that?
That's correct.
And so also for me, just in listening in our prep meetings, is that if we don't transmit, we're hurting a significant portion regarding housing. Can you talk about that a little bit? We can slow some things down that have nothing to do with the great concerns that the public are coming to talk about tonight.
Well, yes, the whole update of the future land use section, as well as tonight, we also have the sections related to housing and coastal.
Yeah.
They're all linked together.
Right.
And so they need to travel together. So if we continue the future land use section, we would like to continue the coastal and the housing sections so that they stay on the same path together. So yes, if the good that's in the future land use section, all the other, let's say 52 pages, if there are 3 pages that have some problems on them, the other 52 pages get slowed down as well. But certainly we want the document to be right. We all want to adopt something that is positive and the right thing for the city. I think the only other thing I would add is that transmittal is one step in the process. After that comes back from the state review, there are adoption hearings that have to be held with city council as well. You have a first and second reading. So there are the transmittal, at whatever point you do that, whether it's tonight, August or October, then it will have to come back and have additional hearings for adoption.
Where we can make changes.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying that it seems viable to actually transmit, because it's not the finality of what's happening. The friction points are outlined in certainly our emails and only a few pages of the document. I think in my opinion, that would be ideal, because it still doesn't stop the show, and it provides us with an opportunity to still have the public engagement. We're still gonna have first and second reading, as you said, and an opportunity to make more changes. So what is the pleasure of council? Let's go to public comment?
I think
And then
that,
make a
well, we
decision.
have these three options.
Yeah.
So I recommend option 3, because which is allow staff presentation, receive public comment, and continue transmittal hearing to August 28th at 5:01 PM with specific direction from council on outreach and changes. And I actually do have a motion that speaks to those particular issues, so I'd be happy to do that motion then. But that would be my recommendation, because then the public gets to speak, we get to hear the presentation, and that seems, also it will help narrow, yes.
Oh, sorry, Susan Johnson, Velez, Legal Department. I just, these are, options are phrased that way as a transmittal hearing instead of a workshop, so that council would have the most discretion at August 28th to either transmit on that date or to continue it out further to perhaps the October date, if you feel that more significant changes might be needed than what it appears at this point.
Councilmember Carlson, would it be okay if we left it as the wording of transmittal hearing, and then if we needed to change it, because any extra time that we can't get it to the state means we can't move it forward?
It just worries me, and I have read it, but I don't see much good in there. And it concerns me that the planning commission is in a hurry to get us to do this without spending more time. There are two more options, as I said. Number one, we can vote it down completely tonight and send it back to the planning commission so that they can deal with the public. The other option is that, with the one I'd like, which is, I'd like to make a motion that that we hear from the public tonight, and we hear the presentation, and then we continue the transmittal hearing to October 30th at 5:01.
And
I thought you were in the middle of a motion.
I was.
Oh, sorry.
But to me, the issue is, first of all, I don't think it's a bad document. I think most of the document's good. It's
good.
very good. So I disagree with that, and on that context, I have no problem with talking about this on August 28th, but if we call it a transmittal hearing, we have the option to pass it. We do not have to, just like this is called a transmittal hearing, and we've already decided we're not going to pass it tonight. So I just don't think there's anything wrong with calling it a transmittal hearing, and if everything is solved between now and August 28th, great. But this ties into our land development code. We can't finish, I mean, they're writing the land development code, but it's based on this.
Right.
If we don't finish this, we can't get to that. And so I understand where you think there's being a push is happening, but I disagree. I'm happy to add more time, but I don't think we need 6 more months. I think that we can do it in a couple of months and see where we are on August 28th, and then consider moving it if it's necessary.
Councilman Miranda, you want
No,
to say something?
I'm just listening to her talk, and she sounds very reasonable.
I agree. Councilman Garza.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just add one more thing. The reason why we're hearing on a couple items is because that's what the neighborhood leaders have been pushing out. And from a public input point of view, once the neighborhoods have had a very short fuse to push this out, just a few days, leading up until August 28th, they'll have a lot more time, and they probably will come back with other ideas and concerns. My big concern, as I mentioned, the changing of one word from the last meeting significantly changes the meaning of these things, and it concerns me that kind of thing could creep in again.
And that's why we have to read it carefully. I mean, that's our job. But there's also changes that were made at the Planning Commission that I don't agree with, that I would want to take back. So that's part of another thing that we need to talk about. I watched that Planning Commission hearing, and if you haven't, you really ought to. It was very good, but some of the changes they made don't fit what we're hearing from the constituents and what we are seeing and what staff is telling us. So again, I will go ahead and make that, to finish my motion, to allow staff presentation, receive public comment, and continue transmittal hearing to August 28th, 2025 at 5:01 PM, with specific direction from us on outreach and changes at the end of public comment, but not also to not mandate that we have to transmit. We could change our mind and not transmit till October.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any
Second.
further discussion on this?
Can I just make one comment?
Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
I'll support this only because I think that's going to pass, but I think we definitely should not transmit it tonight. We need to at least have it on the 28th, but the fact that we're leaving it open, but I don't think we should allow the Planning Commission to rush us. So I think as we go into August 28th, we should listen to the public, and public's not ready, we should delay it. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
so,
Shelby?
Attorney Shelby, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the purposes of clarity and to remove confusion, I have a recommendation. And that would be that this then.
Can you make a recommendation while we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, it may be, because it may change what the motion is, the issue that came up is number 93 on the May 15th meeting created confusion because it stated special call workshop and the words transmittal hearing. My recommendation, and I looked at the meeting, your rules of procedure, and it doesn't say anything about a special call meeting, but it does say this: additional evening meetings for public hearings may be scheduled for another day as may be designated by a majority vote of City Council. And you've done this before. You've added an evening meeting. My suggestion is you just add an evening meeting and call it that on the 28th for the purposes of a continued.
Then I will call it an evening meeting.
August 28th.
Yes,
August
at
28th.
5:01 PM.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Thank you, no.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
2 ayes from Vieira and, what did you say? Let's do a roll call, sure.
Miranda? Maniscalco? Hurtak?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson?
I changed mine to no.
You said no. And Clendenin, who's absent. Okay, well, motion failed, because there was a tie, and you have to have 4.
Yeah, we understand it. Thank you so much. Councilman Maniscalco, you're recognized.
Ma'am, I would like to make a motion that we continue the hearing to August 28, 2025 at 5:01 PM with specific direction from council on outreach and changes. So I want to allow the public to read this, look at it first before the public comment, so it's all out there. And then come August 28th and that evening meeting at 5:01 PM, just so everybody has the opportunity for clarity and there's no confusion.
Is there a second?
Can you just explain how that was different than?
I'll second, just to have discussion, and the discussion is, he doesn't want to do a staff presentation or receive public comment.
Oh, okay.
He's choosing option number 1, which is simply to continue it without listening to the people who took their time to be here today.
Is that what you're
If I
saying,
may,
Mr.
Yes, in order
Maniscalco?
for the public to
Look at the
to
document.
look at everything before, instead of speaking 2 and 3 times, and just so there's clarity.
May I, Madam Chair?
You're recognized, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. So we need 4 votes here, and Councilman Maniscalco's motion seeks to have no public comment today and then have no staff presentation. May I propose as a replacement that we have a staff presentation, perhaps limited to 5 minutes, alternatively no staff presentation, and then have public comment? Because again, folks who came out here, they could have watched this on TV, kind of like I'm doing, by the way. And I would like to hear from them. So I'm we do need to get it 4 votes and all
Right, then
that.
I'll
So
just
I would urge that.
And we'll leave it at that.
You're recognized, yes. You want to say something?
Well, I think that staff having a presentation would be helpful in terms of clarifying some of the information about what is proposed. Staff indicates they could give the presentation in 10 minutes.
All right, then I would be, ma'am.
Yes, you're recognized.
Then I would support, just allow staff presentation, receive public comment, and continue this hearing to August 28, 2025. Doesn't mean we're voting it up or down, but it's, you know, we'll just leave it at that.
So you'll switch your vote for the original motion?
Because we have a
Okay.
3-3 time, we're gonna keep wasting time, so I'm gonna go to your original motion.
Okay. Do I have to read the motion again?
Yes.
Okay. I move to allow staff presentation, receive public comment, and continue transmittal hearing to August 28th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. for an evening meeting with specific direction from council on outreach and changes at the end of this meeting, and no guarantee that we have to transmit on August 28th. We can move it forward.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilwoman Hurtak, second by Councilman Miranda. Can we have a roll call vote?
Maniscalco,
Yes?
Hurtak,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Carlson, Miranda,
Yes.
Clendenin. Okay. Motion carried with Clendenin absent. A motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's get started with your 10-minute presentation.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. We will try and limit this to 10 minutes with the, if the timer's on, that would be very helpful as well. So we can be very cognizant of your time. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff. If I could go to the Elmo, please. This is a very large document because it is the wholesale review and update of the entire future land use section. This is something that we have been working on with the community and stakeholders, starting with the vision actually in 2021, but then starting this process in 2022. Do want to share, just to clarify for the record, the robust engagement process that this has been through. We have had over 30 community meetings, listening sessions, virtual, in person. We've had a number of different technologies that we've used during these meetings. We've also had an interactive map on our website for some time. So just want to state for the record that there has been a great deal of public engagement throughout this process. Here's a little more details. We've met with groups such as THAN, the Sierra Club, TBBA, YIMBY, a number of other groups that you all hear from that are here each week to discuss these land use issues. We have had multiple meetings with them as well as specific interest groups. And what we heard throughout this process, and really some of the driving forces behind some of the changes that are proposed, are the top issues facing Tampa residents, which are additional choices for housing types, transportation, and the affordability of housing. By far, those were the three things that we heard the most. We also heard from the community that they want to further address environmental concerns and coastal resiliency. There was support for development flexibility, while also the need for clarity and certainty in the language. And we heard some additional feedback, but ultimately want to share that the final draft is really a balance. It is, there are a lot of people who are very interested in this, people who may not agree. And so we're trying to propose something that is a balance, that we hear from the community. There's still some more work to do. But we are working to try to incorporate feedback from multiple stakeholders. And this is just a brief summary of the process, the different reports that came through, the different workshops before council and the planning commission, and different memorandums that we've shared throughout the process, not only with council, but also with the public. do want to share that August 2024 draft is largely the same. There are a few points where we've revised it since August, but the main concepts that you're hearing about from the community, those were present in the August 2024 drafts. There have been some changes, and we're going to go through some of those as well, but just want to make sure that we state that for the record. And I believe this is where I turn it over to Jennifer after my brief summary for the meat and potatoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. I'm going to go through a couple of the concepts that are new to the plan as a little bit of a refresher, and then we'll talk about what's happened throughout the Planning Commission hearing process. So the place types is a new concept for the comprehensive plan. This is really directing where growth should occur. Transit supportive development areas is anywhere right now with fixed guideway rail or could have it in the future. That has a big density bonus attached to it, as does the CBD periphery, the Central Business District periphery boundary. And the Central Business District is also identified as a regional activity center. The West Shore Business District as well. We know that there's a lot of potential, a lot of growth occurring there and potential for more. And the Fowler Vision area, this is based on the work that the Planning Commission did, a study in coordination with the city and the county to identify more potential for the Fowler Vision area. The context-sensitive neighborhoods, you might remember those. They came to you under the term heritage neighborhoods. In the summer, we revised that term based on feedback. Those are areas that are experiencing the effects of infill development and growth and might need a little bit of extra attention in the code for some design. Transit-ready corridors, that's our mid-tier of place type. That is, we have heard a lot about the transit-ready corridors, but that is a mid-tier that we would hope to promote growth along those corridors when there's a bus service now or in the future. I also want to point out the coastal high hazard area is not on this slide, but there would be no bonuses in the coastal high hazard area. And we can talk about that further if at council's pleasure. The density bonus structure is new in the comprehensive plan, but I'm going to, just in the interest of time, go quickly. The industrial preservation map is also new. We've identified areas that need to preserve industrial. The Port Activity Center is an important one. We've had multiple conversations with the port. The important part about this map is that the Fowler, there's industrial in the Tampa Industrial Park up by Fowler. That is not on the industrial preservation map because we have recognized that area as a regional activity center, and there's a lot of potential for those uses to transition. It's also what we heard from the community up there. There's already locational criteria in the comprehensive plan. We have broadened it based on what we've heard from this council and the community to allow consideration of more commercial neighborhood uses in certain nodes of the city. This is one that I definitely am really happy to touch on. Today in the comprehensive plan, there is some consideration for limited townhomes in the residential 10 category, limited townhomes and duplexes. Typically, staff has been referring to this policy, which is adopted, about where the location should occur, where these should be considered as you review them under rezoning cases, and many of those, come before this board. There is no direction on where these should occur, where these should fit in the neighborhood. And so based on feedback from the public on clarity in the process and in the development process, staff did propose criteria in the R10 on where these should occur, where these uses, these different housing types could fit in the neighborhood. The floor area ratio limit here would also really ensure compatibility on massing and scale within that neighborhood too, and that's something we don't have today. I am quickly running out of time. I will briefly, council saw, this was a change we made based on feedback on August 27th, 2024. I was before you at a workshop. And then based on this council's feedback, we came back to you, I think in January, and proposed a difference of how we're looking at the categories and the structure of the categories inside and outside of the coastal high hazard area. There were some revisions made between April 7th and May 12th. April 7th was the first Planning Commission meeting. May 12th was the second Planning Commission meeting. Their staff revised, based on their feedback, the definition for vertically integrated mixed-use projects to be established in that land development code. The prohibition on plan amendments in the coastal high hazard area was removed at the direction of the Planning Commission. The West Shore Business District was established as a coastal development area. That means that the West Shore area could apply for plan amendments and bonuses above the land use category, even though it's within the CHHA. There were some minor clarifications on policy wording and an updated definition of overriding public interest. This is the slide showing the adopted language about the coastal high hazard area, what the Planning Commission saw on April 7th, and what staff came back to the Planning Commission with on May 12th. So as you can see, we revised the direction today is broad, and it just generally directs no net increase. Staff proposed the prohibition on plan amendments in the coastal high hazard area. Based on the feedback from the Planning Commission, this was revised to state parcels within the CHHA shall, I apologize, that should be shall not increase the maximum residential density or residential intensity beyond the existing land use category. Another change we made on April 7th, after April 7th, was adding the West Shore Business District into the coastal development areas. And then on May 12th, they wanted us to also add Rocky Point as a coastal development area that was previously left off. And based on feedback from the community, the Planning Commission requested that we add that back in. And so here's the coastal development areas map following the Planning Commission changes on May 12th, showing Rocky Point as a coastal development area, so that would be eligible for bonuses and plan amendments as well. And the coastal development areas also encompass the community redevelopment areas in the city, because those areas have funding and plans for continued growth and funding for resiliency measures. So we have had a lot of feedback since April. We're hearing from new neighborhoods and stakeholders, and I'm out of time, but I think this slide speaks for itself. Oh, 30 seconds, okay. And there's also some concerns about the transit-ready corridors, the criteria for additional housing types in the residential 10 land use category as well. And we have been saving all of these. I know it's a little small, but we have a project page. If you go to livegrowthrive2045.com and click on the future land use assessment project page, there's a link right at the top to the folder with all of the comments. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Good job. Get some water.
Without taking a breath.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're recognized, Horatio.
Thank you. So before you go anywhere, if you need a sip of water, please feel
It's okay, I'm great, thanks.
Because before we even have, or before we talk about public comment, one of the things that this board talked about is no bonus density in the coastal high hazard area. I know the Planning Commission took that part out, but I want to put that part back in. I believe that the April 7th, we were very clear with that in what we want. I can ask for a vote later, but we still want to hear from the public. But I do believe that we were very clear on that. Yeah, so I don't believe that, I mean, you've heard from us. Obviously, you've been here 5 times to talk about this. So, and then the other thing that concerns me, and I don't think we talked about this as a group. I don't have a problem with the West Shore being included. I think that's a good idea. I am not comfortable with adding Rocky Point in there, though. Planning Commission. During that meeting, there was a professor who sits on the Planning Commission. I don't know if she's specifically a land use professor. She does something with land use
Commissioner
and zoning.
Linkus, yes,
And
ma'am.
so my concern, it was basically what she said. There's only a couple ways off of Rocky Point, and that's what people in South Tampa are saying. There's only a couple ways out of South Tampa, actually one way, really. And the same sort of with Rocky Point if you're going away from the water. So as we look at land use policies, we really have to look at getting people away from the water. And that's what this council has strongly gone by. So I don't want the public to come up here and say, please don't keep the coastal high hazard density in there, because I'm telling you now, I don't believe that you have that has support. And I believe that this council, as it has unanimously voted before, saying we don't want increased density in coastal high hazard areas. So I just wanted to say that before we get public comment. People are nodding, so I seem that we do generally agree on those positions. But if there's anything else, I did have a question about the third one. have it.
The third change,
Yeah.
the,
Eliminates the 60% requirement and instead references LDC will establish the minimum use, mixed use requirement. I also don't agree with that. I think that the 60% is rather important. So that's,
yeah, I'm Jennifer Malone. I'm actually going to let Evan Johnson, our wonderful partner throughout this entire process with the city planning department, to address that. Thank you.
okay. And I'll read this change. It requires at least 60% of non-residential use on the ground floor to use FAR for the whole site. And so it's not just 60% period, it's if you want to use the FAR.
Evan Johnson, City Planning. The criteria, the reason we took the criteria out, ultimately, we're working on code changes that will implement the policy. And so the policy language, as is supposed to be the case with most comp plan language, it really is enabling us to move forward and write code. And so our intent, and instead of, and this happened during the discussion with the Planning Commission, I believe is where we agreed to kind of take it towards, to put it in the code, is that is where we're gonna work on those specific criteria, and we're gonna go, the plan is right now to have a July cycle. And so at that point, we'll be bringing those criteria to you all just like we normally do. And so that's why that change was made.
Okay, so that's a change from you all. I'm still concerned about it though, because I think in order to use FAR, we really need to have ground floor retail. You've watched us in the evenings talk about this over and over again, how we support ground floor retail if you want to use density bonuses.
And just for clarity, that is the instruction that we plan on moving forward with from the code perspective.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, the term that somebody, excuse me, the term that somebody changed since the last time is, I had proposed a term called transit-ready development, and somebody added the word corridor. And changed it to corridor. And transit-ready development was supposed to replace transit-oriented development, because transit-oriented development is a way to sell a new tax. Transit-ready development is a way to go ahead and plan where the transit will go. And with the problem with any of these transit initiatives is that the people who are not along a rail line wonder, how is it going to benefit me? And most people want to be near some amenities, like a small grocery store or coffee shop, other things that they can walk to, and the public wants to know where the transit will go. The idea is that you have a little bit of density in pockets, so maybe every 10 streets you would have a little pocket of density. There are two things that change. One is somebody added step back, which takes the density out of the main traffic area and puts it in the neighborhood, which the neighborhood objects to. The other thing is, instead of having in pockets every 10 blocks or every 20 blocks, the idea is you put a little bit of density where the transit will go or where the transit is now. By changing it to corridor, all we're doing is it's not a transit or a transportation a planning term. It's just a development term. Developers always want to develop corridors. Transit people and transportation people want, and people who are defining how people interact with space want pockets of around where transit is. And so I would encourage us the term corridor is so ignited opposition that we may not be able to change it back. But I think we should get rid of the idea of corridor and change it to, people don't want every street in Tampa to look like Dale Mabry. They don't want their neighborhood streets to look like Dale Mabry. Dale Mabry has uncontrolled growth, and that's why we've gotten in trouble. We need to build small pockets, and if the neighborhoods are not willing to accept the small pockets, then we're going to end up with nothing. And that's I think a lot of the neighborhoods were okay with a little bit, like very tiny amounts of development around where a transit stop would go. Now, because we changed the term, I think people are going to be against anything. So that's one. That's why we've got to go neighborhood by neighborhood, and it really is unique to every neighborhood, because every neighborhood has to define how they want to interact with their space. It's not a thing where we can just go down Dale Mabry and think that, or Bay to Bay or any of these other roads, and just assume that we know what every neighborhood along those corridors wants. The second thing is that, there's been a push by the last mayor, this mayor, the aquarium director, to get rid of the port, and in particular to get rid of the cruise terminals. We really have to protect our port. If we put condos there, we're going to kill thousands of high-paying blue-collar jobs and put in low-paying jobs. And a few people will make a lot of money in the short term, and people with the edifice complex will say, well, isn't it pretty, we have nice condos. In 30 years, those condos won't look as nice anymore. I had proposed, and the maritime industry is proposing, a special designation for maritime use that would be, in particular, difficult to change. We see with the zoning changes how easy it is to change industrial use, and I appreciate that you guys put that in there and you talked to the port, but I think we really need a special designation for maritime use that's more difficult to change, because otherwise these people who don't understand how our economy works are going to try to push the port out and the cruise terminals out and put condos there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go to public comment. Did you want to say something, Councilman Miranda?
No, I just want to say, I'm not trying to debate anyone, but I've heard of no elected official ever want to get rid of the port that I know of.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but
I've never heard of anyone that's in public office want to get rid of the port.
Ma'am, there's a 5-page story in the Business Journal a year and a half ago. If you look it up, cruise terminals in the Business Journal, you'll see a whole big report that quotes the former mayor on getting rid of the.
the former mayor.
Yeah, and I know privately this mayor has been pushing, and the aquarium director, which is why I oppose funding for the aquarium unless we put contingencies there. The thing is that these terminals, if we get rid of the cruise terminals, we still need the maritime industry, because we're bringing goods into our town, and unless we have transporter beams, we're still going to need those goods to come in, and it raises the price to our citizens if it's coming in through Manatee or Port Canaveral or wherever. We need to protect the limited land we have left on our port. Thank you.
Okay. I feel like you want to say something, Attorney Shelby.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. A question from the public and clarification. Will the people who speak tonight have an opportunity to speak on August 28th?
Yeah,
At 2 different meetings.
yeah,
Okay,
works
thank
for us.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, public, it's your turn. I guess, how are we going to do this? This is my first time running this kind of meeting.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If I give you a numbered speaker card, you don't have to speak on the item. You could just either give it to myself or leave it on the podium. We'll make sure we get it, or give it to Ms. Johnson as well. So make sure we get those back.
Yeah.
Or I don't remember when I go to speak.
Well, first, what we'll do, can we go with our online speakers first? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go with our online speakers. Are all of them online, Ms. Michelle?
Carolyn Bennett's online.
Okay, and she's listed first.
Paula's online, Winston's online, and Carol Ann Bennett's online. Janine is not.
Okay, Ms. Bennett, you may go first.
Oh, boy. Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I just want to say.
Hold on, we don't see you, Ms. Bennett. We see a couple online, so what's your names online? Oh, you don't have to be online? We don't have to see them?
No, it's not.
Well, I want to see them, but okay. So Caroline Bennett, we see you. You may go.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I want to address the basic free-for-all of increase of by right density. This whole narrative that the allowable density in the land uses must be increased in order to provide housing is a fiction. The city of South Tampa, Stephanie Pointer has a 2-page list of just some of the development in South Tampa in the last 7 years. 10,000 units. Almost all of these developments are in the coastal high hazard area. Not a single one of them exceeded the by right density. They didn't use a bonus. They didn't have a plan amendment. They didn't use FAR to increase the density. All this massive overdevelopment occurred using the by right density. The by right density throughout the city can be utilized to provide housing. We do not need an across the board increase. Now, South Tampa there should be no bonus density allowed. The only thing you should be able to do in South Tampa is by right density, because we've had the crap developed out of us just using by right density. And I believe the rest of the city can do that. Now, there are probably areas where bonus density is a good idea, and those areas should be allowed to do it. That is something that you're going to give them. We're not asking to take anything away. I'd like to talk about the transit-ready corridors. Gene Duncan said there's 4 places where transit should be increased. The map has transit-ready all over the city. Those areas are not transit-ready. In particular, in the current comp plan, it says in South Tampa, it currently says that it would be inefficient, resource inefficient to increase the density in South Tampa, the transit in South Tampa. So there are no transit-ready corridors. They're not going to add transit there. There's a few places where they should, and Gene Duncan has a list, and maybe those places should be transit-ready nodes or whatever, but not the rest of the city. The quickest way to increase a property owner's profit on the sale of their land is to increase their land use. As soon as you give them that, it's worth more money. Right now, we have all these commercial amenities on Dale Mabry, these little retail areas. The bonuses would allow them to go from 30 units per acre residential to 70 units per acre. Britton Plaza, they're going to redevelop it commercial. But if you can put 70 units per acre there, now it changes the finances of it. Maybe now they want to make it residential. No free increases in density, no bonus density in South Tampa, community meetings so that everybody understands what's coming to their neighborhood and they have a chance to form an opinion and express that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, the couple is next. Winston. Vision. You're muted. I got your emails.
Okay, sorry about that, little technical difficulty. I'm an Army guy, so I'm not the smartest. My wife is going to go ahead and start. Her name is Gail.
Hi, thank you all. Appreciate your time. Yeah, I mean, obviously we agree with Carol Bennett, and we also agree with Councilman Carlson in that it does need to be neighborhood by neighborhood. We are in North Hyde Park, and where we are, we're already overbuilt. So it is either by street or by neighborhood. And then also our concern is when we looked at the planning commissioners, I don't know if this has been brought to your attention, but we are concerned that like 8 out of 10 don't even live in this affected area that we're all discussing. And then about 10 or 7 out of 10 of them, their professions are either a multifamily estate, real estate developer. They're in real estate, they're a real estate investor, consultant, they're associated with builders and developers, they're in commercial banking. So it's kind of conflict of interest that all these planning commissioners are about building and developing for profit, but not taking street by street and neighborhood by neighborhood into consideration. Certain parts of South Tampa are so overbuilt already. Schools are overpopulated. South Tampa can't handle any more building. So if there is South Hillsborough County areas that need development and building, then that's where the building should be happening. And we're old school. We don't feel that any type of, and what are you all using the term, transmitting or voting, I say hold off till October. Like, why make changes? Let's just do it right the first time and have all the policies and words written from the start.
And ma'am, I also wanted to speak
Okay,
this
you
in
need
our
to
neighborhood
state your
alone,
name for the
because we
record,
live-
Mr. Winston. State your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. My name is Winston, and in our neighborhood,
Your
we
full
live
name,
on North
Mr.
B, and we're
Mr.
between
Winston.
North Albany. What's that?
You have to state your full name for the record, but first your wife needs to state her full name for the record.
Gail Evison.
Evison.
Winston,
Okay.
Winston Evison, Evison.
Okay, now you can go. Thank you.
Thank you. So we live on North B between North Albany and North Fremont. And currently we already have 4 apartment complex, 3 of which are 2-story. And then we also have 10 townhomes, 6 of which are the David Weekley type. And then we also have 2 duplexes. So this is just within our transit-ready corridor block. So that's one of the considerations that I don't think that the planners have already kind of considered, which kind of leads us to our next point, is limit the number of transitional building types in neighborhoods that, we already have a prevalence of single-family story homes. And now currently the zoning law is just very permissible, where this document can also be restrictive to help save these neighborhoods. So it's not only South Tampa, we're worried about North Hyde Park too. The other thing is we have a single family home and it's 1 story and we have a solar roof. So now if we put, and everybody wants renewable energy, and I know the state and even our local government wants renewable energy. However, if you put a 2-story townhome, that will completely degrade our ability to generate solar energy. So again, this input wasn't provided because somebody said that there's no way this has been a robust communication plan, because our neighborhood association, the North Hyde Park Association, knows nothing about this. Thank you to the FAN. Otherwise, we would have no knowledge of this. And like Mr. Carlson said, we are only focused on a very small portion of this. So we don't even know, the main crux of this document. So the other point we wanted to make is evaluate each block for existing transitional building types. And then I kind of alluded to is to limit a single developer from building on a block to a maximum of 2 transitional building types. AK, I don't know if you all have seen the David Weekley triplet on our block, but it's all the same kind of cookie cutter thing. So that's another thing, is we want to keep the character and charm of our neighborhood. And if you just kind of let this one developer continually build, they're only going to build a certain type because that's economies of scale. Another thing is we have the West Tampa overlay. So if there's already existing neighborhood restrictions, please follow those also. So I guess our last point is we want you just to consider the existing residents and your constituents to actually make the Tampa comprehensive plan comprehensive, and that it takes into account existing neighborhoods, aesthetic, along with responsible development. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Who else is online? Paula, Ms. Meckley, you're next.
Hi, I'm Paula Meckley. I want to make sure that people understand that the comprehensive plan is tied to zoning. And so the comprehensive plan is the underlying thing that goes to when we create the zoning. The zoning matches the comprehensive plan. Those 2 things go together. So, if they're going to take the comprehensive plan to create the zoning. So if we're going to open up all of South Tampa to additional zoning and under the R10, it's going to absolutely explode South Tampa. South Tampa, in the recent years, has taken a population density of 153% higher than the city average. It's the comp plan, the current comp plan, and 2 years ago, many of you were at the Tampa Garden Club when they had a community forum for candidates, and now some of you are seated, and most of you said that South Tampa is closed to all this new development. And it was very clear at the time, and the statements in the comprehensive plan are about environmental qualities that could be compromised because of the increase in urbanization, limited access to transportation facilities, which are inefficient to be improved, limited opportunities to create community facilities, open spaces, or services to meet increased demand, and an unstable flood-prone area. So I respectfully ask, what's changed about those environmental things? Nothing's changed about the environment of those listed things. So why all of a sudden is all of this stuff being crammed into the comprehensive plan? Well, it goes to developers and the ability to, and a lot of this the idea of the upzoning will result that the upzoning is going to result in more additional affordable housing or workforce housing is misleading. The developers that are going to be buying these lots are not going to build affordable housing. They're going to build luxury multiple family housing, and where replaces one single family home means more cars, more impermeable surfaces, more flooding, not less. So there are many parts of Tampa that are welcoming this kind of development. And I think there are places that all of this stuff should go. But to create more problems with evacuation zones, logistics, capacity, public safety, environmental sustainability, that's just not acceptable. And I really do hope that we have more community. I was at a lot of those meetings, but I felt I was not heard about single family homes in neighborhoods. None of that is in here, and it's basically all exactly the opposite of that. So I would appreciate more community meetings, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the inside of the chamber. Tim, you had some instructions for us? How did you want it to go?
Okay, so for folks that want to come up and speak for item number 1, you can come on up to the podium. You don't have to come in the numbered order. We just have to make sure that we got those cards back from you. But if you could give them to myself or give them at the podium, you guys become number 1.
Stand to the left.
Yeah, please stand to the left-hand side of the going to line up over here.
Please don't start my time till everybody gets a handout.
Thank you.
I've given you a couple of handouts, and I'm not even going to talk about those because there's so many other things that have come up. But basically, it gives you an idea of how many in rezoning that you've already approved for this last 12 months, 7,990 units that you have already approved. Does not include single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, and some of the units for 6 or 12. So just wanted to give you an idea of that. The other one is an article from MoneyWise, why people are not buying in Florida. I just wanted to get that out to you. I want to talk about the meetings that we need to have, because I want you to understand that they have to do with communities. You cannot have one meeting that talks about heritage communities. For example, I love Lewis's idea, Charlie's group. We can get McFarland Park, North Hyde Park, Armory Gardens, Midtown, Stadium, about 6 neighborhoods together to talk about what's going on and make them understand. The feedback I have gotten is just like the feedback that you have gotten. I have attempted to read the 445 pages, and I have attempted certain sections up a number of times. The problem is, every neighborhood is different, and we cannot expect the comp plan to address every single street. But for example, Armory Gardens. Armory Gardens is 1/4 of a mile, 48 blocks. That's all it is. We have 1 sidewalk. We have duplexes, triplexes, and McMansions. We have done everything in that small community to push for density that has been responsible. Because of the poor planning of the developers, we have the small garages, we have cars all over the place, and we have all of our pedestrians are on the street. We have Kennedy, MacDill, Cypress, and Armenia, all arterial streets with lots and lots of traffic. 672 houses in that small area. We are one of the heritage communities, but according to the comp plan that they want to protect, we're also part of the periphery around the downtown area that they want to increase the density bonus by 50%. So which is it, folks? Are you going to protect the heritage communities, or are you going to push 50% density in it? Those are the things that need to be clarified, And I just want to ask that we work together. I like the idea of working with our councilman to put together those meetings, to bring together the people who have common interest. Thank you.
Will you state your name for the record before you go?
I'm sorry. Sandra Sanchez.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. And you can do it at the beginning.
Yes, Bob Dietz. I live at 425 West Davis Boulevard on Davis Islands. On West Davis Boulevard, there's been a proposal for, it's about 10 houses to go multi-density. And that would disrupt the continuity of the neighborhood. But also I want to say that really it's special interests that are involved in that area of just those 10 houses. Because I live in one of those houses and my house doesn't qualify. I only have 0.2 acres. And there's several houses that only have 0.2 acres. So really it gets down to the houses that the developers want to build. And those developers are not moving into the neighborhood. It would disrupt the continuity of the neighborhood. I agree with Mr. Carlson, and I agree with those people that were online. I don't need to repeat what they said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Pitterly. I live on Davis Islands. I've lived in South Tampa for 18 years now, and I truly want to say Davis Islands is a gem of a community. I think it's an island that you can't recreate, and many other cities do not have anything like Davis Islands. It's that special. I moved there 2 years ago, and it was the best decision and move I've ever made in my life, my children's lives, the schools, the community, all of the different amenities. And we did not hear any communication whatsoever from anyone in the planning community, anything. We learned of this through DI Moms, is how we found out about the rezoning. And if you look specifically at the map that was sent out through DI Moms, what my main concern is, and I think I'm speaking for a lot of people.
You can put the map on the Elmo.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, just right there. Yep. Yeah.
If you look at this map right here, there's something that will stick out to you, I think. There are areas up here where there's already apartments, and I think most people can understand that apartments could become, I think those are already zoned R10. What's concerning are these single-family homes all throughout the island, especially right here off West Davis. If anyone could answer why these are going to be rezoned R10, I would be very curious. The only thing I can come up with is the developers are highly connected with the Tampa comp plan, and I think this raises a lot of ethical questions in the community. I don't understand why there could be R10 zoning in the middle of Davis, right off of West Davis. I had a couple notes here. That's without even going down any of the other rabbit holes of, say, flooding, the Helene flooding, the heights and elevations of the homes, how townhomes being built off West Davis could impact other homes around them. They would be raised higher, there'd be more flooding around those homes. And also the bridge. I think the main concern for a lot of the neighborhoods and residents there is the bridge. When you try to get off the island at 5 p.m., you're going to be stuck in about 10 to 15 minutes of traffic now. And I think all of you have probably seen that. And I don't think it was that way several years ago. I think that's just recent that it's getting worse and worse. And I think you guys should all consider that. And also parking. If you try to put R10 parking in the middle of the island, there's going to be people parking up and down those streets that are not wide enough for that kind of parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Tian-Kolker. I live at 614 Superior Avenue on Davis Island. I'm also a member for the last 3 years of the Davis Island Civic Association Board, but I'm speaking as a resident. We only found out about this from a former member of the board a week ago on the 13th, the day after it had already gone through Planning Commission. I personally, after 3 years on the Civic Association Board, I never heard of any of it. the map that he just showed was one of the houses in red on there is the former Collins Estate. It's a waterfront property, and it could turn into 7 townhouses, which I think is a travesty. There are also the 2 lots just south of it also on the water that go down to the bridge. Both houses have been torn down, so they aren't in red now, but that's a slippery slope. Somebody could ask for those, and they could have put in 14 townhomes on what is really beautiful waterfront property right in the middle of Davis Island. I feel that there would be serious negative impact to let any of these red areas that aren't like up at the top of the island where there are currently already apartments, they should not be allowed. I'm guessing, I don't know who is behind these changes and who chose to put those areas in red, but I'm guessing that they're only interested in developing, and I consider them probably pretty greedy people. They're not interested in the beauty of the islands. They just want to build a bunch of condos. Thank you.
Should I just come up?
State my name. My name is Patty, or Patricia Dietz. I live at 425 West Davis Boulevard on Davis Islands. And I too am extremely concerned about the change in the code from residential to multifamily. I don't know. There we go. Okay. I am on the corner of West Davis and Blanca Avenue, right across the street from the Collins Estate. And we love new neighbors on Davis Islands. I've lived in my house for 30 years, and you'll never guess what I paid for it. People fall apart when they hear we paid $160,000 for my house. And we love our neighbors. Our neighbors are like family. People move into multi-million-dollar homes all around me, but they're just like us. We love our kids that move in. And speaking of kids, one of the concerns that we have about multi-residential properties, we have an autistic child that lives across the street from me on Blanca. And we have a lot of kids that come all around the surrounding streets, and they come over to my house. They run back and forth. And even though I don't have little kids in my house, I always tell them, kids, before you cross the street, what are you supposed to do? You look to the left, you look to the right, and you look to the left again. Okay, Miss Patty, yes, I know. Well, if you know, why don't you do it? Well, fortunately, we haven't had any kids hit. But what happens when you have 7 townhouses across the street on West Davis, and you have all these other multi-properties lining up on the other side of West Davis, and they don't have enough parking, just like on Harbor Island? Where are they going to park? They're going to park on West Davis, and they're going to come around the corner, and they're going to park on Blanca, on my side of Blanca, and they're going to park on the other side of Blanca. So then you have the kids, they're going to try to cross over Blanca, and guess what? Cars aren't going to see them coming. And the little autistic boy across the street, if he doesn't have an adult with him, what's going to happen to him? Are you listening? He's going to get hit. And the kids that come around from Erie Avenue, what's going to happen to them? When they come over to my house to watch TV and get popsicles and popcorn, they're going to get hit.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Please do the right thing. Keep us residential, single family. Thank you.
Evening, Council. Carlos
Hello.
Ramirez, 2103 West Carmen. I live in North Hyde Park. I'm representing the North Hyde Park Civic Association today. I guess I feel how these previous speakers feel about Davis Island, about my neighborhood. We love it. We have a text chain with the folks on my block that we talk to. We watch each other's kids, make sure nobody's getting in trouble. When we were looking at the proposed comp plan, we did notice that the future land use was not changing. What was changing was the bonus structure. And the transit-ready corridor is kind of doubling or 1.5 times what we usually get along the whole section where it's currently single-family homes. Now, I've been in front of you many times because we've been fighting to keep our single-family homes. Half of our neighborhood is already multifamily. They're big apartments that are being developed in our neighborhood, and that's great. We love it. We love the stores that are coming with it. We love all the, restaurants and places to go. But we feel that growth has to be smart and it has to be in a certain place. And right now, that big paintbrush has been painted right across our single-family homes, and we feel a closer look is warranted to make sure that we are protecting our neighborhoods. The other thing I wanted to bring up is communication. I've noticed a lot of people are talking about zoning issues when we're talking about land use issues, and even though those two things are related, they're separate. And because we haven't had enough education on this and meetings with everyone, people are not understanding what's going to happen to their property in the future. So I'm all for having more meetings. I like the group meetings with several neighborhoods so we can talk to staff. I thank you guys for allowing us to do that. I thank the Planning Commission staff for wanting to listen, and hopefully they make some changes to the comp plan. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Joseph Fitzek. Live on Westward Boulevard, just north of Gandy. I have my notes here. So I want to talk about this from a quality of life perspective, which I think is where many residents come from. That the overdevelopment, especially in South Tampa, has gotten way, way out of hand. So we've all seen it, these massive 10-story high residential complexes popping up everywhere that look like they're made out of cardboard. And less than 10 years ago, in what is now the whole West Shore Marina District, then over by the Gandy Bridge, it actually used to be nice. It used to be beautiful. On your way to the bridge, there was blue sky, there was sun, there were trees, you could see the ocean. It's what made living there nice. But now the whole area is full of dozens of those massive, ugly, packed like sardines in a can, corporate complexes, with more and more being built relentlessly, as if it weren't already bad enough. And it's not like this is affordable housing being built. These places probably cost close to $1 million a unit, and yet they look cheap. It's like government housing projects for yuppies. But what this is, in my opinion, is a disrespect for residents. It's a disrespect for what makes Tampa Bay special, and it's a destruction of its natural beauty. The paving over of greenery and coastlines with concrete, the extra sewage runoff from hundreds of thousands more people and their pets, the obstruction of the sky with those huge massive eyesores, including the Selman Overpass. With each extra building, the natural beauty of South Tampa is being tarnished, and arguably it's already gone. Please, put a stop to all this overdevelopment. If people wanted to live in a grimy, overcrowded concrete jungle, they'd go live in New York City or LA. But this is not one of those cities. This is Tampa Bay. So please, keep it beautiful.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Greco, and I live in the north end of the city and in the Riverbend district. And I'd like to point out that this is a citywide issue. It's not strictly a South Tampa issue. It's all over the city. And increasing the R10 density to something in a higher density will actually be taking a tool out of your toolbox to deny future overly aggressive zoning changes. The zoning in the city is a covenant between the resident and the city. And those are to provide a standard of living to those residents. If you take that away by making a zoning change, that covenant, that promise, is taken away from that resident that lives in that community. And once you take away that resident's standard of living, it makes most of the other codes, ordinances of the city questionable. It actually will make it suspiciously temporary, which we don't want to do with our codes in the city. We want them to be standards of living for the people that have bought into a particular neighborhood or community. And I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. First off, my name's Bobby O'Brien. I live at 702 West Bay Street. I am in what some people label as North Hyde Park, at least with the city's coding of what neighborhood I belong to, but it's actually Spanish Town Creek. I actually live on the street where the creek used to empty into the bay. I want to thank all of you for your wisdom, for pushing this forward. It is imperative because it isn't just South Tampa. I will guarantee you, just like that gentleman, there are plenty of neighborhoods the word has just not gotten out. I live in a neighborhood now, I live 30 feet from a place where it's being threatened to change into commercial, but yet the whole block is high, it's the coastal high density. What I worry about is they're talking about building up 14 feet. Where is that water going to dissipate? Because they're going to take the whole block. They're going to build up 14 feet. When my husband and I bought there 42 years ago, we bought knowing we were 15 feet above high tide. But if somebody adds 14 feet, that is going to definitely impact my home. And I'm sorry that I'm boring some of you, but it's important for you to know that you have our livelihoods in our hands, and that we have made these investments knowing we are in a residential area and then seeing things change. As far as I applaud people wanting to have affordable housing, but that's not what you're getting in South Tampa. They built 7 condos across the street from me that sold on average $2 million each. When I bought my home, it was a red line district, and it was for $86,000, and I paid 18% interest. So I've got to say, it's a matter of proportion for people who have been living there for a long time. It's our investment. Please do not add to the density in the high coastal areas. Please, I beg you. I've watched it for the past 40 years. And it's only going to get higher. It's only going to get worse. And if there are damages to people's property, you all are holding the bag. Plain and simple. If there are people who are hurt because of overdensity, because of too much traffic at that intersection of Swan and Bayshore and Magnolia, you all are responsible. They've already had one death 2 months ago. So it is more than just individuals and people supposedly from South Tampa complaining. You should be happy that the whole city isn't here. They will be, though.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Rosas. I live at 365 Blanca Avenue. My parents bought there when I was in 2nd grade. I'm 42, so long time I've lived there. You know, Davis Islands has a characteristic, but so does streets in Tampa, like Hawthorne and Villa Rosa. They're beautiful. But to get back from that, I did not know about the land development area that was near me, but I would like to show this video of flooding. Can you see this? Flooding from a storm, 2022. I have the date, just a normal rainstorm. And problems like this, I'm also a physician. I work at the hospital. We have a hospital on our island. We have one way on and one way off, and the hospital is expanding. So I'm not sure if you've been on Davis Islands around shift change at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. The traffic to get on and off is impossible. It starts backing up all the way down to West Davis. So my question for the planning committee was, have they done an environmental impact study on increased flooding due to the elimination of green space because of increased roof and concrete from multifamily developments, which will now happen down my street, as you saw, And I have pictures of the traffic too, backing up all the way down the bridge, up to West Davis, or East Davis, pardon me, West Davis, East Davis, whatever. And then has the commission done a traffic impact study to see how Tampa General will be affected for emergencies and hospital vehicles to get on for the increased volume. So those are my questions, and have these studies been done? And if they've been done, I would like to see them, and they'd be great if they could be provided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Robin Carpenter, and I'm a resident of Davis Islands also. And I received this information from our Davis Island Civic Association on the proposed changes to the plan and changing the areas from single family to multi-units. And when we looked at the map, we were shocked on the high percentage that were in the red that we're talking about. And I've lived there for 6 years and South Tampa since '91. And I mean, I love it, but if I learned anything from living through the hurricanes is that our city needs more green space instead of less green space. And I just, the infrastructure, if we just doesn't support hardly the numbers of residents that we currently have, let alone increasing those numbers. And I think it's, it's like people have said, it's about the density. It's looking at the trash, the traffic, the sewers, the, storm drain issues. So there's so many things that are, really pressing on this issue. And I'm happy that you all are postponing to the August date, and hopefully more people will be able to have input and get more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. Eric Gardino with Bay Area Apartment Association, 12477 Telecom Avenue. In February, the Tampa Bay Times reported that the Tampa Metro rents fell 8% year over year. The article went on to say that this dip in rent prices is likely driven by an increase in supply, that many of the projects started building in 21 and 22 are just now coming online, and that we likely won't see the same level of construction over the next few years because interest rates remain high. I think we all see the tea leaves out there. Interest rates aren't going to be coming down anytime soon. At the same time, we do also see the tea leaves that the city needs more housing. More housing is directly contributed to lower rents over the last year. I think the comprehensive plan is the avenue in which you can help support additional housing. In a context of where we have high interest rates and other challenges, macroeconomic challenges that will make it difficult for the building of more housing, the comp plan could offer incentives, could offer paths for additional housing that will make economic sense for those who are trying to build it. As is, the comp plan does have some really good pieces to it too, that you should be aware of. It supports affordable housing, it supports adaptive reuse, it supports infill, it supports more housing types across the city. We understand, certainly not everybody's happy with it. Certainly we could see areas where there could be improvements. We'd love to be able to work with you where those improvements will be made. Just like everybody else here would like to work with you in that spirit. We hope to have that opportunity going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this future land use. My name's Tom Conley. I'm a resident of Virginia Park, and I'm the current president of the Virginia Park Neighborhood Association. First, I would like to urge you, and it seems you've done this, that not to transmit this today until there is public input. I consider what they've transmitted to you as a draft. Granted, they had input before, but we have not had input on this product they sent. Some of the questions I would like to ask, and it's been addressed by others.
Turn it the other way.
Oops, sorry, is what it says in the current comprehensive plan about environmental qualities, limited access, limited opportunities, and how these characteristics clearly show that there are limited growth opportunities in these two districts, which is why they are considered areas of stability. Also, in the current Imagine 2040, it talks about encourage transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly mixed-use development with attractive multifunctional corridors through community planning efforts in the West Shore, Central Tampa, and University districts. What changed in these factors that were addressed in the current plan to promote the change that's being submitted on the future land use? In my neighborhood, several years ago, there was a proposal to change 4 blocks on Dale Mabry that abutted Virginia Park and Palmacia. And the Planning Commission came out, they held many meetings, and they wrote a 14 or 15-page document, and a survey was sent to every one of us. What do you want to see the uses of subject properties along South Dale Mabry become something other than they what are today, and if so, what? The overwhelming response from those who attended, as well as those who mailed a comment sheet to the Planning Commission office, was to not change residential uses along Dale Mabry. 90% of the responses indicated the desire to maintain residential use and character of the homes in this area of Dale Mabry. It also stated that Dale Mabry is a failed roadway, with a site-specific analysis may be required to address any specific site-specific access issues. So the compatibility, this is on Imagine 2040 on page 80, future land use categories, the compatibility of new development in relation to existing development, as well as the availability of public facilities and the presence of environmentally sensitive areas in historic districts will be taken into account in determining what density can be achieved. Once again, I urge the council, and it seems to pass the motion to do so, to not transmit this to the state until the draft that has been submitted to you has had adequate input and consideration by the citizens and other stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Weaver. I live at 3906 West Empedrado Street in Virginia Park as well. I want to make 2 points today. I'll try to keep it brief. There are a lot of people here. First off, I am completely opposed as well to the increases in density that are being proposed. South Tampa has had the highest growth rate in the city for the past 10 years. I think we've done our share. We're a peninsula, as you all well know, while the edges are the coastal or flood zones, the middle portions may have some higher ground. We're still all in evacuation zone A and B. So the area along Dale Mabry that you're proposing increased density and Bay to Bay as well, while it might not be a technical flood zone, we're evacuation zone B, which would be most storms. Rarely do we get just a 1, it's generally a 2, 3, or 4, and in those instances, we have to leave as well. So the entire peninsula has to evacuate, and I don't know how we're supposed to do that with increased density safely. Increased density, as you know, causes more flooding. We have all seen what happened with Helene and Milton. It's not going to get better, it's only going to get worse. Impact fees have not been increased, according to Tampa's website, since 1989. So we continue to allow development, but we don't force any sort of graduated parameters with respect to impact fees on developers. The second point I want to make, well, also more density means fewer permeable surfaces. More density is in an area that's likely to sustain damage in a storm equals higher insurance rates for all of us, not just for the new density, for everyone, because there's more residents who are more likely to have damage. More density requires increased capacity with regard to traffic, stormwater, potable water, police, firefighters, and schools. All of this costs money, which means higher taxes for all of us in the area, not just the ones that are getting the higher density. The developers are long gone by that time. They've made their profit, they move on, and it's the citizens who pay the price. My second point is just the notification. I read the statute, and I know that the Planning Commission attempted to, or did, adhere to the letter of the law. But the way I read it, I don't believe that they adhered to the spirit of the law. the law states, and I'm paraphrasing and I'm not an attorney, that it speaks to point size as if it's in a newspaper, which of course very few people read a newspaper at this point, but the spirit is that it can't be in a buried section of the newspaper. The headline has to be so large, the article itself has to be so large, there has to be a map included. And the spirit of the law is that most people would actually see this information. To me, it seems as if special interest groups saw the information, but if the average citizen is not actively seeking the information, they would not have any way to know. So I respect that we have an opportunity to provide more input. I thank you for that, but I hope it will change in the future to be standard. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, good evening. Tara Bluma. A lot of people stole my thunder, but I want to talk about community meetings and what is the point of getting the feedback in the community meetings. I live in South Tampa, south of Gandy, and it sounds like the Planning Commission had several meetings, and what was the result? Councilman Carlson just said that there's 30 or so neighborhood groups in South Tampa. Do you think anybody in any of those groups said, sure, let's have more people in South Tampa? When was the last time you heard somebody in South Tampa say that they wanted more people in South Tampa? Yet the Planning Commission took that information, took all that feedback, and decided to put more density in South Tampa. So I absolutely think we should have more meetings, but again, what is the point of the meetings? Let's make sure to really publicize them, but actually take the feedback and put it into practice would be great. So to that end, I don't know if this is allowed, but I would love to hear Councilwoman Hurtak's motion and maybe vote on that, because it sounds like the most egregious parts about South Tampa you do want to remove and that you have some support for. So if you were at all able to do that tonight, then we wouldn't have to argue about those for the next 2 months and could focus on the smaller details and make sure we really get this right. So I would encourage you to consider that if you're able to do that tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can I have the rest of her time?
No.
I thought I'd ask.
You have speaker waiver forms, though, I'm sure you do. Okay.
No, that's okay.
How many minutes does she have, Mr. Kelly?
Just 3. I don't have a.
Oh,
I
you don't have a speaker waiver form?
I don't think we can. This isn't QJ.
Oh, okay.
This is legislative. Don't start. Everybody got their paperwork?
Not yet. You don't get one, Carlson. You already know what she's gonna say.
All right, good evening. Stephanie Pointer. You know what? First thing I want to remind you is don't give away your power. You have the power to say no, and you have the power to say yes. 92% of the time you say yes, so just saying. There is zero taking of property rights by leaving them the same. Okay? In South Tampa, they are not building out completely. The last 6 or 7 projects that came to us, even the one 5200 Manhattan that came before you guys, was not up to the density levels that they could have been. No one has bonused the entire time I've been coming here since 2019. Okay? So why are we automatically giving them 50 to 60, going up to 60, 30 to 35? They have been stuck at 27 units to the acre since I came to city council. But yet we're going to give them 30 to 35. I didn't give you a copy of this. You guys have a copy that Carol Ann gave you. So we can't do that. Unlimited FAR. The other thing that's really scary about this is we're going to stick with the current CHHA map, which is already outdated. It was done in 2021. We all know that there are areas of this city that flooded that should not have flooded, and they will enhance the CHHA with the next slosh method. but this plan grandfathers them into this. So if it becomes part of the flood zone, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna give them more density anyway. I don't know why you wanna give away your job. The Planning Commission board, when they met on the 12th, did not say Sulphur Springs. They did not say East Tampa. They did not say West Tampa. They didn't say anything about anything but the CHHA. Go watch it. You should watch that meeting because it was the most obnoxious attack on the coastal high hazard I've ever seen. And for what reason? Because people think that they're going to make more money if they build down there? I don't know. Because they don't live down there themselves? I don't know. And when we talk about the CHHA, you know, they want to put all this extra density on the transportation corridor, which is from Church to Sterling. That's too far. Or from City Hall all the way to the county seat, door to door. 660 feet, an eighth of a mile is from here to county seat. Oh, Lord, I'm way behind. 982 multifamily units are in the pipeline for South Tampa. Now, at least 3,393 of those aren't even finished. They're not in the tax records yet. They're either coming online now, they're being built now, or they're moving forward, okay? Oh, and don't forget, just say no to 7.1.4 because that is the one that the Planning Commission sent you guys a letter about and said, let's consider doing more density in the coastal high hazard. No new residential PDs. Don't do it. It's 7.1.2, and they changed it. The Planning Commission board snatched it right on out of there. I don't care if you do a plan amendment for commercial, but not for residential. We're full. Thanks anyway. And I don't think the Planning Commission did this on purpose. I think that it was simply an oversight. They thought that Carol Ann and I speak for the entire city, and we really didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, Mr. Kramer, you're the finale. You're slow. See you.
I'll make sure it's perfect.
You're too far away from me, Kelsey.
Council members, Jake Kramer, thank you for giving us the chance to speak tonight. I'm here as a land use attorney. I'm also here as a Tampa resident. You all know my kids are 5th generation Tampeños, and we're not going anywhere. I want them to stay here. So I think there's a lot of good in this plan. I think it's going to help us produce the housing that we need in the city. Councilwoman Hurtak, I found myself agreeing with a lot of what you were saying, because I think a lot of what we're hearing and I'm hearing when I talk to people in the community is that there's a lot of good in the plan. There's a few issues I agree that we need to refine, but I want to make sure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So there's 3 quick issues I'd like to touch on. This first issue, I've started conversations with Than on this. I think we can come to some agreement on language. My concern is that the way the current language in the plan, the draft works, is that it's not clear what are the items that we're analyzing, and only those items, when we bring an application to you. You know, we spend a lot of time in this room fighting over just procedure. Let's just get to the substance. And so I think these really simple changes would help all of us know what are the rules of the road when we walk in the doors. So I would just ask that you consider these, and I'll continue working with Than on them. The second issue is on the 60% percentage on mixed use. One of the reasons I would suggest we wait to put that in the LDC is for large projects. And I'll give you an example. Robles Park, we used FAR. Every building is at 60%, but we have a lot of mixed use in there. And so that's the sort of thing I think why it would be good to have that in the LDC. The third issue is that I'd really like to talk more and ask the Planning Commission to work with us more on the Rocky Point issue. I know there's some skepticism, but hear me out. The Planning Commission has said it is appropriate to have coastal development areas when there's a funding mechanism in place, and those funds can be used toward resiliency type purposes. So that's why they looked at the CRAs initially. They had left West Shore out. The reason why it eventually got included is that there's a special services district. As you all know, you approved that. Now, that actually includes Rocky Point. I didn't know that until some landowners in Rocky Point came to me and asked, why are we not being treated like West Shore? The way the plan works today is that Rocky Point is included and considered and planned for along with West Shore. Those funds that they're paying into, they're used in West Shore, and their impacts fees are the same way. So what I would suggest is that there's a lot of office, there's a lot of, it's a true mixed-use area. We can find ways to make it resilient. We're just asking that it be considered the same way as West Shore, because legally they're already considered the same now from a taxation perspective. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess you're the last speaker for item 1.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of council. My name is Susan Swift. I'm here as a concerned planner and a concerned citizen. And I'm here to request that you make some changes to the plan, and I'm glad that you're giving us more time. I'm sure I'll have timing issues, so bear with me, but I'll try to go quickly. I think there are two types of issues with the plan. I think that the goals and the objectives are very good and lofty. I think there are some mechanical issues. It's very complex. There's too many words. There's no map changes. Kind of how it's written is kind of a lot for anybody to really predict what can be done. I think for neighborhoods and for developers, it's almost impossible to figure out, especially for till you pencil in what your project's going to be. I don't think applicants really have enough certainty given all the words and not enough map. And I think the neighborhoods have found it already very thick. Then there's the policy issues. Again, I'll only highlight a couple of them. There's way more density. I think other people have already said this. It's a math problem. How much density do we really need? It has a lot of density or a little density spread all over, and I think if we really want efficient transit and affordable housing, we need to be much more strategic in where we put the density. I think in some places we need more density, but not at the risk of affecting single-family neighborhoods. So, again, it's a math problem. How much density does this plan allow versus how much density do we really need? How much more density do we really need? When do we need it? Where do we want it? And frankly, where don't we want it? So I think if we put on there where we want it, we'll protect the neighborhoods where we don't. Density, I've been a planner here for 40-something years, and we've waited for transit for all those years, and we keep adding density and adding units. So what's the number that it's going to give us the magic transit? If you give me a couple more minutes, I can be quick. Again, this is the math problem. Thank you. This is the math problem, and then you have it, so I won't go through with it. I think other people have already covered this. This is really, to me, the culprit in the plan, the density bonus, and it's probably not, I'm not good at graphics because I did it myself. If you can see, this is just the Armenia corridor. Didn't cover South Tampa, but this goes all the way from South Tampa all the way up. And again, it's a math problem. How many units do we really need?
We have your document, and we appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
That is closing now item number 1. I recognize Councilwoman Horatio. You want to say something before?
Well, I had a couple of clarifications, if
Sure.
I could.
Sure,
Thank
from
you.
the comments?
Yes, from the
Okay.
comments. Thank you.
Say your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Melissa Zornita, Executive Director of the Planning Commission. Just a couple of items that I wanted to clarify for the record. It's the Planning Commission's charge as the local planning agency to update the comprehensive plan for a 20-year horizon, and state law requires that we accommodate growth for that 20-year population projection provided by the Bureau of Economic and Business Research, which states that we should be planning for another 74,000 people. So that is why we are looking at accommodating additional growth within the city, and why we're looking at how we can accommodate that growth. So I just wanted to provide that context for why we're looking at these changes. I also wanted to clarify that there's continues to be a lot of discussion about rezonings for additional multifamily townhomes, attached units. That's not what's occurring here. What was proposed, and certainly I think we're hearing loud and clear, there's a lot of concern, and we need to rework the policy. But what was proposed was a policy change. The policy today says that in the residential 10 land use category, there can be consideration of limited townhome development. And that's very vague language that is causing a lot of argument amongst, and my team is having to determine on a case-by-case basis, what does limited townhome development mean? And where is that appropriate? And you all are having to have those discussions here in these chambers. So we were trying to formulate some criteria so that that was a bit more objective, and there was a bit more less subjectivity to that discussion. And that criteria established some distances and some different parameters. It resulted in clearly some areas where people are not comfortable with townhomes and attached units being considered. So that's something we can revisit during the outreach and this additional time. But that is a policy that would have allowed for them to be considered based on those criteria. They still would have had to go through, any property owner that met those criteria would have had to go through a process to request a rezoning and come before this body to get that approved. Some of the maps that were shown were the adopted future land use map. So those maps are what is allowed for consideration today in some cases. Hopefully through this education process, we'll be able to explain the differences between the future land use map and the zoning. I know that's a complicated distinction. We had, Ms. Sanchez mentioned the CBD periphery bonus. That is an existing bonus that exists today. It does allow for a 50% increase today. We're not sure that it applies in that area. Oh, 100%. Thank you for that clarification, Jennifer. 100% bonus today. We're not sure it applies in her area, but we can get with her and get that clarified. Let's see. The coastal high hazard area boundary is defined by the state. That's not something, that line that we create. We put the date of the boundary that is in effect today in the plan because under state law, we're not supposed to have a self-amending plan. At the time that the state issues a new coastal high hazard area line, we would need to come in and make an amendment to say, and change the date. And then that would provide clarity that there is a new line and a new one in effect. So that's why we put that date in. That was in Ms. Pointer's comments. I think that was all the notes that I had, but we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Evan Johnson, City of Tampa City Planning Department. Just a couple of more items from the comments that I wanted to also mention in addition to what Melissa Zornita did as well. Just again to repeat, because I think there was a lot of statements that were in conflict with each other. The city staff throughout this process has been very supportive of limiting and prohibiting increases of density within the coastal high hazard area. That is a position that we plan on having conversation with you, tonight, and we will have that conversation again, I'm sure, as we go out to the public and come back in August. That has always been something that we're supportive of, limiting that. I also wanted to mention there was a lot of talk of significant increases of density. There was, doubling, 50%, 75%. These increases would be attached to public benefit as defined in the comp plan as well as in the code. So I mentioned earlier about how we are working on the bonus code, and that is what's currently in the code now is where our bonus program exists. And so ultimately, there's an affordable housing bonus. There's even the transit ready corridor bonus density that you would be eligible for potentially requires set-asides for affordable housing units. There's green building bonus in there. So there's a number of bonuses that we are working on crafting. The enabling language is in the comp plan, but ultimately the details and how much and all of those and how that process works will get laid out in the land development code. And it'll be as close to the adoption of the comp plan as possible is our goal, is to bring that to you. And I just want to make sure I got everything here. Yeah, that was everything I had additional. Thanks.
Thank you. You recognize Councilwoman Horatio.
Thank you. This was great. I actually think it was a wonderful idea to have public comment tonight. I'm really glad that we did because it helped clarify a lot, and I really appreciate the answers to some of the questions. So one of the first things I want to say, and I know you kind of do it anyway, but I think for the public to know, I really think that city planning staff should attend all of these meetings because there is a difference between land development code and comp plan. Even we all get, we can get them confused. And oftentimes, if you're a regular here, we will have rezoning hearings where the planning commission will say, we find this totally consistent because it matches what could be, which is those, townhome style developments, because that's what we could see in 25 years. But we at council say, well, that's in the middle of a family neighborhood. If it was on the periphery, different story, but it's not, so we're not going to approve it, even though the planning commission says it makes sense. So I want people to understand that this document doesn't mean we're absolutely going to do it. And that's why I think city staff should attend along with the planning commission, because I think that was very clear. I appreciated the way you talked about this being a 25-year out plan, that this is not changing any zoning currently. And again, if you watch any of our meetings, we are pretty laser focused. The planning commission staff pretty much approves everything. They think everything is consistent. And we take a closer look at it and say, does this fit with this neighborhood? So while someone mentioned that we approve 90% of the projects, I think that's a lot because now we are starting to get developers who meet with neighborhoods ahead of time. I think that's the main issue, that we're getting 90%. But it is a point. So I don't want you to get too caught up on what the planning commission says, because we're the final arbiters. The planning commission is not. But I do want to talk about a few things, other things people said. I do want everyone to think, and what I do, someone already said, I agree. I think we should just cap it at Kennedy and include Davis Island, and we really should not include no density bonuses in that area, because I'm so concerned about evacuation. Last year traumatized everyone. It traumatized me as well. I am very concerned about what's coming. I want you to be able to get out when you need to. But we do also need to think about this as a city, as where are people going to live? And really think about it, because she said 75,000 more people are coming. We cannot tell them they can't come. We can't close the door. We're not allowed to do that. And unfortunately, what will happen is prices will continue to skyrocket because there will be no supply. So how do we find that balance? And it's an uncomfortable question. And I'm thinking about it in my neighborhood, just like you're thinking about it in your neighborhood. I'm hearing it from neighbors. And so I think this is a good time to have that conversation. Where are those people going to live? It doesn't necessarily have to be, again, I agree with you, South Tampa, we cannot put them in evacuation zones. But where? So we need to talk about that as a community. Where do we want people to be? What do we want it to look like? Development should go in areas that are safe from the water. I just truly believe that, and I believe this whole council believes that. I think that's what we'll see going forward. But I have a real serious point to make that people kept mentioning over and over again. Transit-oriented development, transit corridors. You know what we don't have in this city? Transit. And you know why we don't have it in this city? Because we don't fund it. This council needs to fund transit. The Route 1 pilot that we've done, it was $1.5 million, which is 50 times cheaper than adding a lane anywhere. $1.5 million. We already have 2,000 plus more people riding it every day than we did before. That was $1.5 million. That's it. So if we can work on transit, because people will ride it if it's every 15 minutes, if it's convenient, and that's what we're seeing. So this is not just a conversation about housing. It is also a conversation about transit. Doesn't mean that you have to use transit. It just means that some people will if you give them that option, and it's significantly cheaper than adding roads. So when we have these conversations, I want us to think about everything all at once. I really appreciate people's comments. I really appreciate the veracity with which you believe in your community. We all believe in our neighborhoods, and that's the best thing about this city. But how do we add more neighbors cautiously and carefully? And that's what this plan is all about. Where can we do that? Can we, one of the things I like to tell people is Hyde Park. How many of you walked around Hyde Park and those lovely sidewalks and those beautiful homes? Hyde Park is full of large homes, but also multifamily. They have quads that you wouldn't even know are quadplexes because they look like houses. They have parking behind. They do that already. I want us to look at that as a community and see where we can add that so that other people can have the same benefits. Hyde Park has sidewalks on every street. That no other community has that. And if we had that density, maybe we could have sidewalks. I mean, there are so many great things we can think about. So I really understand your concern, and I believe I get it. But I also want us to think about what can we do to make our city better, because these people are coming whether we want them or not. And that's the reality of it. And I want all of us to be able to stay. I want all of us to be able to be comfortable. And I want growth to go where it needs to go, not in an evacuation zone.
Thank you.
I just want to echo something like what Councilmember Hurtak said. You know, many years ago, I was 12 years old.
Really, Charlie.
I'm being honest. I'm 84, so what? So what I'm saying is this. Everybody that I knew rode a bus. Because that's all we had. We could take a bus from Ybor City, get a transfer for a nickel, I think it was, lead us off right there by the Baptist Church on Kennedy Boulevard, then Lafayette, and go across the street. And I tell people there was a bear and an alligator next to the guns over there at the University of Tampa. They think I was crazy. There was a live bear and a live alligator at the University of Tampa property that we own. I would go walk the street and watch the ball games and enjoy baseball in the Florida League. That was wonderful. It cost very little to ride a bus and very little to get in. However, I got elected in '74, and about mid-'70s, there was another election in '75 that had to get reelected because of a one-year term. And I met a guy going down the stairs named Harry Orr. And he was what? He was head of the Tampa transit system. We had all the buses were here on Cleveland Street that we had. That was where the bus depot was, where you brought them in, gassed them up, fixed them up for the next day. Harry Orr told me one thing I never forgot. He told me the day you take $1 of federal money, you will not have a working bus system. And I asked him why. He says, very simple. In the city, everything is real close to each other. When you gotta go from here to Waimama for a quarter and back, you're gonna lose more than what you can make. And I never forgot that theory. Whether it works today or not, I don't know. But I'm not against the buses. I'm against the system in which we have to run the buses in. And by the way, to me, transit will never be what it is anywhere else unless it is like it is at the airport, above rail, because our streets are too congested to have rail. It will even make it worse, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But these are the things that I look at. So I agree with the transit, but it's got to be a little different than what we have now. When you go to this, and I want to thank all of you for taking your time. I know we talked about making another date in some other month, but it all worked out. I think it will be fine. I think everybody was happy with being here. And I wrote down everything everyone sold in shorthand, so I have to learn how to decipher it now. But other than that, we'll be all right because I understand what I wrote. And I appreciate the comments that were made, and they're very straightforward, and thank you for being here.
Councilman Carlson. Vieira, would you like to say something?
I can go after the folks who are there. I would, but I can wait unless it, go
Councilman
ahead.
Carlson.
He has the floor, right?
Go ahead. Councilman Vieira, you may speak now.
Well, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, and I wanted to build on something that was said, which is that's the big missing link that in 2018, just as a side note, we passed almost 60% a transportation mobility sales tax that should have given us by now, the revenue on that would have probably been $360 million a year, probably 70 something of that nature, that every single year from 2019 to right now, that's 6 years, that's, man, almost $2 billion that we would have had countywide for additional mobility, whether it's mass transit. It doesn't even include the federal matching funds that we would have gotten from that. That's the big challenge, is that our city, Florida, continues to grow. Post-COVID, we have seen tremendous hits in growth. The Tampa Bay area feels that acutely. And yet, by operation of legal issues, I suggest not because of local leadership. I know the vast majority of people here supported that penny sales tax, and also in 22, and bringing it up in 20, but by virtue of legal issues, we have failed on that issue as a region, and we're paying the price. And the things that we hear tonight from people all throughout our city are representative of that failure, which is, to quote the book of Exodus, if you remember Sunday school days, you can't make bricks without straw. And we're doing that here in Tampa, and we're paying a hell of a price, in my opinion. So that's the big culprit, in my opinion. But again, we should do everything that we can. And Councilman Hurtak talked about Route 1. That is a great initiative. Not going to say anything. I hope it's coming up again. That's all I'm going to say. And I'll be prepared to vote yes and follow your lead, ma'am, if it does. But yeah, just wanted to build on that. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Thank you. There are a lot of stereotypes about South Tampa. Some folks think that South Tampa is only rich people. Some people think it's only white people. We have a lot of diversity of every kind in South Tampa, but in particular, there are a lot of lower middle class people, and they were affected very badly by the flooding that occurred. The area south of Gandy was traditionally the place where the longshoremen, the people who worked in the original port, lived, and so some of the families there have been living there for decades, and we have to think about how this affects them as well. People want to live in South Tampa, and that's why developers wanted to build down there. But now, because of all the units that have been added, we find that there's intense traffic jams. So the thing is, if you hear the folks from South Tampa, and I'm including Davis Island, Harbor Island, but you talk about how they don't want development, it's not a preference anymore. It's really a public safety issue. It used to take me 10 minutes to get from my house right by Gandy to downtown. Now it takes at least 30 minutes. Sometimes I'm late even though I leave 40 minutes in advance. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, but the Selman is jammed up completely most of the day now. Dale Mabry is jammed up. The areas out of south of Gandy are jammed up. Inner Bay and West Shore. I take one of my sons down to Robinson. I have to maneuver the local streets because I can't get down Dale Mabry when McDill is in a shift. I mentioned before my legislative aide, her husband's a colonel in the Air Force, and McDill gets about an hour notice about evacuation, or they evacuate about an hour before the county knows. And so she lives right by the base. When the hurricanes come and they get evacuated, it takes her an hour to get from the base to Target at Gandy. An hour just to get that far. Imagine you have to evacuate to higher ground. And so an hour later, that's when everybody else is alerted that they have to evacuate. It takes hours and hours just to get outside of Tampa. It's a public safety issue, not a preference issue. The traffic is horrible, and there's no solution in sight right now. Also, the flooding is terrible. And we saw all kinds of houses flood, some from freshwater flooding because roads and ditches and other things were changed, and others from surge, which we don't have any solutions for. So we've got to find solutions. If we find solutions for traffic and we find other maybe in the future we could look at it. But just because there's a small strip of Dale Mabry doesn't mean that we can develop high density all along it, because that's how we have to get out. There's no other way to get out of South Tampa in a system like this. So if all of our people are stuck on the roads, they're not safe when the storm hits. I think we ought to strike the term transit-ready corridor and go back to transit-ready development and go back to neighborhood commercial districts. And we need to go neighborhood by neighborhood. Every neighborhood should be asked, is there a small place where you would allow density? And if they say no, then we can't do it. If they say yes, there's a small place we're willing to put a little bit of density, then that would become the transit-ready development or neighborhood commercial district. But we should strike transit-ready corridor. We should strike the word corridor altogether. Corridor is a developer term. It's not a planning term. We should get rid of it. Also, in terms of transit, we had a monumental thing happen 2 weeks ago. Two of my colleagues, Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Vieira, are both on the HART board. The HART board, in the 80s, transit was moved from the city into HART. But for the first time that anybody can remember, the HART board voted to increase their ad valorem taxes. It's another way of trying to fund transit besides going to a sales tax. If you're in favor of that, the next step is it has to go to the county commission. It's unlikely to pass, but with community support, it could pass. If it passes there, it comes to city council and to Temple Terrace City Council, and then it goes to voters. It's still not an easy process, but the HART board made the gutsy decision to decide that they want more robust transit. And they're not talking about trains yet, because first they need money for buses and a robust system related to that. And if we can get that done, we can help move people along. One of the problems with selling any kind of transit funding is most people don't know where the transit stops are going to be. They can see where the bus stops are now, but in the future, where the transit stop's going to be. If you focus on neighbor commercial districts instead of corridors, you can build the little pockets where it makes sense that the development would go and the stops would go, so that people understand it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
I think we need to do some type of motion.
How would you like to proceed, Councilwoman Horatio?
My concern about, and I just have to say it because I have to say it, about asking every neighborhood about where they want density, and if they say no, they say no. What if every neighborhood says no? Like, we have to put density somewhere. Like, that's, we do. We have to have room for these people. I mean, the state is requiring us to do this. I would hate to know what they would do if we didn't. They've already taken over so much. So the motion I have, and maybe we don't want to do this, maybe people have said other things. This is the motion I have. But if you want to modify it in any way, I will take modifications. I direct the Planning Commission staff to hold community meetings in locations throughout the city, and or virtually, although I would like majority of those to be in person. I think that people go with that better. To share additional information on the proposed future land use update and listen to community concerns with the specific purpose of determining the need for and extent of revised language for consideration at the August 28th transmittal hearing on, and this is where the part that I'm not sure you all agree with, on the topics of transit-ready corridors, policy 2.6.3 and LU Table 2, bonus 2, and criteria for allowances for attached units in the residential 10 land use category, policy 3.3.6.
I'm going to second it for discussion. I believe that the question is very well put, or the project is very well said, and because when anyone out on the street, I don't think they name you where the corridors are for bus lines right now. And that would give an emphasis where the neighborhoods said yes, and the buses would be there for that.
Oh, and additionally, I want to add that I want city staff to attend these as well. I want that in my motion. I know you will anyway, but I'm going to put it in my motion.
And may I?
Yes,
whenever
Councilman Vieira, you're
proper-
recognized.
Thank you. And if my screen's been getting kind of screwy whenever it's on, so something with the Wi-Fi. I would also suggest, I don't know how y'all feel about this, but that for these meetings, we coordinate with the council members.
Oh, yes, sorry.
The
Okay.
district council members, and that each council member dedicate his or herself to at least attending one meeting and reporting which meeting they attended and help promote in August. Just to put that in.
Okay, so I will accept the amendment to make sure that council members, each district is represented, that the council members are aware of it, and the three of us who are citywide are also aware, especially if we could get the graphics to share on our social accounts would be very helpful. So I will add that as an amendment. Anyone else?
Okay, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think.
Did you accept?
No, I accept, but
Just
I'm
second for
asking
your
Marty,
discussion.
because when you mention city council members going, there's another procedure we have to do. to make
Oh,
sure.
yes, I'm sorry, but just to alert city council members.
So that we won't overlap.
Yeah, and then we could notice all of them. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's, the discussion is that if you do want to participate, especially the at-large, want to be able to also go wherever they need to go, just as county, because you represent the entire city, we would have to make sure that, and I'll work with the chair to be able,
Great.
sure, and with staff to be able to make sure that they're properly noticed so that you could have the opportunity to be able to participate.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a few things. I think that considering the planning commission had 30 meetings and still all these neighborhoods are showing up saying they didn't know anything, I think that the city council members should lead, and there should be a reversal of that. We shouldn't be passively invited to these things, because we need to make sure somehow that the public is thoroughly invited. And if we're just passively invited and we're also inviting people, that's not enough. I think we need to lead it. We need to talk to them. They need to do it under our direction, where we can tell them who the people are, because one thing also is that the list of the neighborhood associations is always outdated. And so I know that Janelle and others are always trying to keep it up to date, but we're in touch with what's happening in the neighborhoods. They should be led by the city council members, not the other way around. The other thing is, we know that the planning commission, the commission itself, at least one person doesn't care what city council thinks, and presumably they don't care what the public thinks, since we represent the public. And as has been said by several people here, the majority of them are pro-development. I have confidence in the planning commission staff, but not in the planning commission itself. And we're going to talk about that again next week. The other thing is, we really need to go neighborhood by neighborhood. And it shouldn't be like a South Tampa meeting, East Tampa meeting, West Tampa, because that doesn't show people that they need to show up. Now, obviously, we can't do 150 or 180 meetings, but what we could do is say, we're going to group 3 neighborhoods together, and so we're inviting all 3 neighborhoods, and those neighborhood associations are inviting their people, instead of saying, we're just doing this region or doing that region. So I think it needs to be city council member driven and neighborhood driven. And the other thing is that I think we should strike the word corridor. I think we should vote, maybe I can make a motion, but we should strike the word corridor from this completely. Thank you.
Board Member Miranda, then.
If I may, look, the city's divided into 4 districts, districts 4, 5, 6, and 7, and those are 4 districts that have the preponderance of all the 7 council members, 3 at large, and there's 4 districts for the others. So maybe what you ought to do, have 4 meetings, District 4, 5, 6, and 7. That covers the whole city. 4 meetings will cover the whole city.
So how about this? I say all I did was add to include council members. I think if you were to reach out to each of us and focus on the district council members, and then let us at large know what the district council members decide. I think that would probably be the best way to go. Does that work for you?
Just to make sure that I'm clear in understanding the expectation.
Your
So-
name for the record.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Melissa Zornita, Planning Commission. We would work with each of the district council members on how to structure the meetings for their district, and then inform the at-large council members about those meetings, work with Mr. Shelby on making sure that all of the meetings are properly noticed, so if multiple council members attend, there's not a problem.
How do you feel about that as an at-large?
That's fine.
Okay, because Alan's not here, so I can only ask Guido. So the two of us are at large. I'm fine with that. I think that Councilmember Clendenin would be fine as well. So I think that seems to be a good way to go.
Okay.
Okay. I will just say, I will take out the word transit-ready corridor and just put transit-ready area, and then we can discuss that and debate that amongst between now and August 28th. We can talk about it as individual council members with the Planning Commission and at large with groups. I'm not opposed to changing the wording.
Yeah,
later.
I'll support it with all the changes, but I just want to say one thing about the citywide. For example, Councilmember Maniscalco, he's now citywide, but he has really deep relationships in West Tampa, and he knows, just like Councilmember Miranda, they know those neighborhood associations, they know the people very, very well. Councilmember Hurtak, lives in Seminole Heights and knows those neighborhoods very well, and so the district ones can help. But Alan Clendenin lives in Hyde Park, so he can help. I think the point is that we're deeply involved in not just our own neighborhoods, but the other ones, and we all have something to bring to the table. So I think if you all are able to talk to us individually about who to invite, how, what the approach is, and from neighborhood to neighborhood, street to street, it's different. So we need to figure out first how to organize it. Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate your help with this.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Yes. Okay, who was the second by? It was Miranda. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And I have the motion for you.
Okay.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Clendenin. Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
And if I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. I also wanted to stress again, I don't think it needs to be a motion, but just my suggestion that, again, that we have meetings with neighborhood leaders, planning commission staff, and the land use bar to, again, highlight the issues of common ground, and then the issues where there may be a dispute, just to see if there can be some sort of a united front, maybe for 70-80% of what we're looking at. So again, I don't think I need to make a motion in that regard, but I just wanted to, for a second time, stress my very strong preference for that. I do think that that's effective.
Okay, Council.
Thank you.
I just had a question. Does 2 and 3 go along with 1?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, that's why I was up here. So we are prepared to give a presentation tonight, or at your pleasure, you can continue those as well to August 28th. Transmittal hearings.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So how do we do that? Do you need us to make a motion?
A motion
Okay.
to continue that, and you can read the item number to the August 28th.
Okay,
At
I
5:01
move
PM,
that
transmittal hearing.
we move file number TACPA 24-05 and file number TACPA 24-06
Second.
to the evening, the August 28th evening public meeting at 5:01 PM.
Okay.
Oh, 3-something,
315.
315 East Kennedy
Kennedy
Boulevard. I
Boulevard.
should know this
Where
by
you
now, but I
work,
don't.
where you work.
33602.
33602.
So,
Attorney Johnson Velez, did you want to say something? Okay. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, you have to do a roll
Vieira's,
call because
yeah.
he's absent, that's right. Thank you, Michelle. That's right. Thank you for that.
Maniscalco? Hurtek?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda? Clendenin? Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
Okay.
It has been brought to my attention that I did not add the address for TACPA 2404, so I'd like to amend my motion to add the address of the location at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33602.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote because so-and-so's absent. Our chair is not here.
Hurtek?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson? Miranda? Maniscalco? Clendenin? Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
Okay, so everyone here for our public hearing that needs to be sworn, please stand for that. And we're gonna take a little break after we swear you all in. How much time y'all need? Okay, just a potty break.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take about 5 to 7 minutes and we'll be right back. 5 to 7.
Muted.
Maniscalco. Hurtek. Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin. We have a physical quorum.
Okay, item number 5, let's go.
Oh, Chair, we moved the item.
Oh, yeah,
number
we
5
moved that to number 9, item number 6.
Okay. Good evening, Council and Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Leo DeBartolave, Development Coordination. The next 4 agenda items, items 6 through 9, are part of a proposed development by a single applicant, the J.C. Newman Cigar Company. Due to the separation, I'm going to put this on. Due to the separation of the parcels by rights-of-way, public rights-of-way, the applications have been submitted individually to accommodate the specific needs and uses for each or each site. All 4 applicants, all 4 applications are being presented by the same applicant, who's being, this is Mr. Andrew Newman, and he is represented today by Tyler Hudson. I just want to give you an idea about this development. This is East Columbus Drive here. To the south is East 15th Street, or I'm sorry, East 15th Avenue. And then it's bordered north to East 17th Avenue. This is between North 16th Street and North 17th Street. And you can see the I-4 interstate to the south. These four parcels are located in this same area. And I just wanted to explain the overall request and suggest we open all 4 items at once. Staff will present, and then the applicant will present. And each item will have to be voted on individually, if that pleases council.
Yes.
Okay?
Well, we have a motion to move to open all 4 of the, it was already seconded by Councilwoman Hurtek. Roll call vote, please.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira. You're muted, Vieira. Okay. Okay, go. Carlson. Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Clendenin. Okay, motion, he's on, but.
Yes.
Oh, there you go, okay. Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item number 6 is AB 2505. This is for the property at 1601 East Columbus Drive. This is going to be parcel number 3 on the aerial map here. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises, and package sales, off-premises consumption. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 17,570 square feet of indoor area and 3,147 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 20,717 square feet. The applicant is proposing that AB sales cease at 12 a.m. midnight, Sunday through Saturday, and the outdoor amplified sound until 10 p.m. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. Currently, this is a vacant commercial building and vacant lots here to the east. This is currently the Sanchez Ihaya building that is being restored to be occupied by a hotel, cafe, bar, lounge uses. The site is also being developed to provide parking for the hotel, bar, lounge uses, as well as the surrounding uses that are part of this development. This site has already received BLC approval and is currently in site plan review. The access from the site is here from the north on East Columbus Drive and from North 17th Street, and there is bike parking proposed here in this middle island. The AB sales area is indoors, 2 levels, and their outdoor areas are to the north of the building and to the east of the building there. I was proposing to show you pictures of the whole development on this first agenda item, and then I'll show you a reminder of which site we're talking about on the proceeding. So this is that Sanchez Ihaya building that's currently being renovated. This is a view from the eastern part. This is North 17th Street here, and this is the area that's going to be developed as the parking for that. I'm going to go to parcel number 1. This is the Cigar Workers Park, and I'll go back to the aerial map to show you, to reorient you with each parcel. This is another view of that parcel number 1. This is also parcel number 1. Parcel number 2 is the cigar factory, the clock tower there. This is another view of the cigar factory. This is parcel number 4, and another view of parcel number 4. There are no waivers requested as part of this request. DRC staff reviewed the application and found it consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Minor site plan modifications are required to be made between first and second readings. And there is a revision sheet that we'll be giving you at the end of the presentation.
Okay.
So I'll move right into item number 8. Let me go back to the aerial map.
Item number 6, 7.
Agenda item number 7 is AB 22508.
Yep.
This is for the property at 2701 North 16th Street. This is parcel number 2 on the map. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises only. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 8,925 square feet of indoor area. The applicant is proposing to cease sales at midnight, Sunday through Saturday, and amplified sound till 10 p.m.
That's a current cigar factory, right?
It is, yes, sir. So this is the site plan that the applicant submitted. It is currently being occupied or operated as a cigar factory, and it also houses a museum, a theater, and a factory store. Access to the site is from North 16th Street here and East 17th Avenue, and there's a parking, there's service parking available here. This is East 17th Avenue, North 16th Street, and East Columbus Drive here. The applicant is requesting one waiver to reduce the required number of parking spaces. DRC staff reviewed this application, and transportation finds the request inconsistent due to the waiver requested, but staff supports this waiver. Development coordination finds the request consistent. Minor site plan modifications are required between first and second reading. This one doesn't have a revision sheet. Just to reorient you with with this site, this is the cigar factory. All right. Next item, number 8. Agenda item number 8 is for AB 22509. This is for the property located at 1530 East Columbus Drive, which is parcel number 1, which is here. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises only. The applicant is requesting AB sales in a total of 8,400 square feet of outdoor area only. Sales will cease no later than 10, and outdoor sound until 10 p.m., Sunday through Saturday. This is a blown-up image of the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. It's North 16th Street here, East Columbus Drive here. This is the existing Cigar Workers Park. It is accessible only by pedestrians and bicycles here. The boundary of this park is with wrought iron fencing and mortar or masonry columns.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Hurtak has a question.
You said, I just wanted to make sure, because the others were alcohol and sales until midnight, the first two. This one you said 10 p.m. I just wanted to clarify that you meant 10 p.m. for this
10
one.
p.m.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, just because it's outside. I get it. Thank you.
This, just to reorient you, this is East Columbus Drive here, North 16th Street, and this is the Cigar Workers Park. The applicant is requesting one waiver to reduce the number of required parking spaces. DRC staff reviewed the application, and transportation again found this inconsistent due to the waiver that was requested. Staff does support that waiver, and development coordination finds the request consistent. Minor site plan changes are required between first and second reading. And this is the last one. Agenda item number 9 is for AB 22510. This is for the property at 1509 East Columbus Drive, parcel number 4 on the aerial map. The applicant is requesting alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises only. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 2,843 square feet of indoor area and 5,694 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 8,537 square feet. The applicant is proposing AB sales to cease at 12 a.m. midnight, Sunday through Saturday, and no outdoor sound after 10 p.m. This is a blown-up version of the site plan. This is North 16th Street here, and this will be East Columbus Drive to the north. This is the boundary of this site. There is a proposal, the site is currently vacant, but it is to be developed with a tobacco barn structure as a recreational facility with a garden space for indoor and outdoor areas for AB consumption. The applicant has requested one waiver to reduce the number of parking spaces. DRC reviewed the application, and transportation finds the request inconsistent due to the waiver requested. Staff supports the waiver requested, and development coordination finds the request consistent, and minor site plan changes will be required to be made between first and second reading. And I have a revision plan for this one. This concludes my presentation for agenda items 6 through 9, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Miranda, you had a question? You turned
No,
it over.
I know the area pretty well. And I grew up close by.
All right, so I guess we'll hear from the applicant.
But what they showed you is that where in the old days, you worked where you lived. You didn't need a car, you didn't need a bus, you didn't need anything. Thank you. You had opportunity for employment.
Oh, you.
Which one? Can I have those back again?
Just pressed it down.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Drew Newman, and it is a real pleasure to be back here before you. This is a picture of my great-grandfather. He founded our company on May 5th, 1895, which means that we are 130 years, 2 weeks, and 4 days old and still growing strong. We're a 4-generation family business, and we have the last traditional cigar factory still operating not only in the cigar city of Tampa, but the last factory still operating in the United States. And we're very proud to be able to keep the tradition of cigar making alive here in Cigar City and in the country. Every day we roll cigars the same way that my great-grandfather and grandfather did 100 years ago, and our goal is not to change that at all. We usually roll about 60,000 cigars a day. I think we're a little short of that today, around 58,000, but it's a real factory, it's a real operation. And as you might recall, a few years ago, we realized that since we were the last factory left, we felt we had the obligation to open the factory to the public, invite people in, and share Tampa's historic cigar tradition. So in celebration of our company's 125th anniversary, we restored El Reloj, our historic factory, built a cigar museum, started offering guided factory tours, hosting private events, teaching cigar rolling classes, and really wasn't really sure what would happen. But what happened is people came, and we went from having 0 visitors 5 years ago to 20,000 visitors last year in our neighborhood, and it really is amazing. This next slide, I don't think I've shared this with you before, and you're probably wondering, why am I sharing this during an AB application? But it's because I'm really proud of it. On TripAdvisor, our factory is currently the #1 ranked museum in the city of Tampa, which I think is completely wild when you think of the Plant Museum, the Museum of Art, the History Center, and so many others. But people come and visit, and they have a great experience. And we've got a lot of very positive reviews on Google as well. And I'm kind of obsessed with this. Every night I look to see if there are new reviews. Usually they're all positive, but anytime someone says something that we can do better, we really take it to heart and try to do better, because we've sort of adopted the mantle of being ambassadors for the city of Tampa and its historic cigar tradition. And I included this image here too. This was 4 days ago. We have weddings all the time. I can't believe people want to get married. We have so many events, and I thought this was particularly a beautiful image. But we have lots of events. We try to open the factory up to as many people as possible, because the more people who we can bring in, the more opportunities we have to share Tampa's history. We host lots of events, lots of community events. The planning staff was here a few minutes ago, and the Planning and Natural Resources had a tree event last month. We've hosted FSU and their James Moran Institute and their sessions of classes this spring. The EDC, the city, VM Ybor Neighborhood Association, North Ybor Neighborhood Association meets in our factory, and we love it. The more, the merrier. People are coming, and they are staying, and that has prompted us to wonder, what can we do more? People come, visit us, have a great experience, and they say, where do I go next? Where do I go for a cup of cafe con leche? Where do I go for a Cuban sandwich? And in our part of Ybor City, our part of East Tampa, there's not a lot around. And so what we do is we created a map, and we send people underneath the interstate to 7th Avenue, to where they can go to dine and shop, and they leave our neighborhood. And my family, we've been in this neighborhood for 72 years. We love our neighborhood, we love our community, and we think that we deserve the same amenities as found elsewhere in Tampa, and that we also think by investing in our community, investing in our neighborhood, and hopefully inspire others to come to our neighborhood, come to our community, and do the same. And so we've started to expand and try to improve our the land that we have in our neighborhood. Initially, we filed one AB application, and then staff wisely said, let's separate this into 4 different pieces so that the council can consider it, and also so if there ever, let's hope not, but if there are ever any enforcement issues in the future, it'll be a lot easier for city staff to come and make sure that we're following all the rules and regulations. And so before you tonight are 4 different applications all tied together. The first one, number 6, is the Sanchez y Haya building. The number 7 is our El Rolo Cigar Factory. Number 8 is Cigar Workers Park. And number 9 is our next project, relocating a historic tobacco barn from North Florida down to our neighborhood. The Sanchez y Haya building, as you might remember, is the same age as our cigar factory. It's 115 years old. The buildings were built at the same time, but they were built independently. The Sanchez y Haya building was built to serve the neighborhood, to serve the cigar workers, the neighbors, the visitors to our community. 100 years ago, and I love these photos, 100 years ago the building had a restaurant and a bar on the first floor and a boarding house, an inn on the second floor. And our goal is, using these photos and old records and help from the City Historic Preservation Office, is to restore the building exactly the same way it was 100 years ago, again with a restaurant, a cigar lounge on the first floor, and then an 11-room inn on the second floor. And I'm so grateful for all the support that we've received from the city staff, from the CRA, the county, the State Historic Preservation Office, and even the National Park Service are helping us bring this building back alive. I think it's going to be a real amenity for the community. On this slide, I included the floor plans of the building, but essentially following the best practices of historic preservation, that the building is organized the same way, will be organized the same way that it was 100 years ago. The first floor is on the left, Columbus Drive is at the top, 16th is on the left, and the restaurant will be on the left side, the cigar lounge will be on the right side, a large catering kitchen in the back, and some office space. And the table, I don't know if the mouse works. This table here is coming from the La Tropicana restaurant. Patrick Mantiega's father used to hold court there. It's at the Cuban Club now. We've got it, and we're going to put it back there with the red phone on it, just like he had. many decades ago. Some of you might remember that table, but we're very excited by this project. And then on the second floor is 11 guest rooms. That they're small because the building is historic, but I'm so excited that we can create a place in our neighborhood to bring people and then keep them there. And I think it's gonna be a real amenity for the community. The item number 7 is our historic El Reloj Cigar Factory. It's about 95,000 square feet of space over 3 floors and a half basement. I believe our application is for about 8,000 square feet of that, which is essentially our hospitality room. 100 years ago, that was the lunchroom for the cigar workers, and we made it nice so that not only our cigar workers can have a nice place to have lunch today, but it's where we have community meetings and events, and it will be a great space there for hopefully another 115 years. Cigar Workers Park, which is directly across the street from our factory, is on land that my grandfather bought 50 years ago and just let sit there. And people would drive over the curb and would park there, and it was just a vacant lot. In the summer, they would park there in the morning, it would rain in the afternoon, and their cars would be surrounded by water. And we thought we could do something better, and we owed it to our neighborhood to do something better. The lot is zoned YC5, which meant that we'd be able to put a 3-story building on there, but I was worried because the view of our factory is a clock tower. As you come down Columbus, if we put a big building right in front of it, it would have messed up the historic view of the building. So we thought there's not enough community space, green space in our neighborhood. Let's make a beautiful park that is open to the public 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset, and it's just a great place to be, particularly when the weather is not hot and humid in the summer. And then lastly, after we complete the San Jose project, I want to round out the corners of our lot, of our property at 16th and Columbus by taking a ugly parking lot that we've had for 50 years and improve it. Right now, the story that we tell in our factory is of Tampa cigar industry from when the tobacco leaves are aged and come to Tampa, and then they're rolled and then aged again and then shipped out. I want to back up that story a little bit and talk about the agriculture and talk about how beautiful it is to grow tobacco plants and the process of curing them and fermenting them, and the story of all the farmers who are involved in that process as well. Before the Cuban embargo, all of Tampa cigar factories used almost exclusively Cuban tobacco. And then when President Kennedy said we couldn't do that anymore, we had to quickly look for other places to go to buy tobacco. And so my grandfather's friend, Angel Oliva, bought him a plane ticket to fly from Tampa to Tallahassee and said, you need to go to the towns of Gadsden, in Gadsden County, of Quincy and Havana. We're growing great tobacco there. And it was that part of the state of Florida that saved tobacco's industry after the Cuban embargo. It was tobacco that was grown just outside Tallahassee. That tobacco industry up there faded away in the 70s and the 80s, but there are beautiful historic barns up there that are just sitting vacant. And so I think it would be wonderful to tell the story of the cigar industry in Tampa by bringing one of those historic barns down, putting it on our campus, using it during the day as museum space, exhibit space, community space, making it open for events in the evening. This photo on the right here just shows that the structure of these barns is designed to hang tobacco in racks. So there's lots of beams, and so they're just really beautiful. And I think it'll be really a unique way to celebrate Tampa's cigar industry. That's the last of my slides, but I just want to end by saying what inspires me are all the wineries and distilleries and breweries that are all around the world. The Bourbon Trail, the wineries in Napa Valley that become destinations for tourism, with tours and tastings and restaurants and just great destinations. And so I thought, why can't we have that here in Cigar City, celebrating this unique industry that fueled our economy from the city's earliest days and helps make us, it helps distinguish us from Charlotte and Atlanta and other places. And so this is our plan, and I'm here tonight to ask for your support for AB application so we can keep that going. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. You know, J.C. Newman is the heartbeat that keeps Tampa's history alive because you're the last operating factory in the country, as you've already mentioned. And, you know, Tampa's foundation is built by a certain, a variety of things, the railroad and Henry Plant, the tobacco industry. And if it wasn't for the tobacco industry and people like Gavino Gutierrez, who encouraged Ybor to come from Key West to here and create what we know now. But J.C. Newman, you know, I see it's Questere that is the name on your factory, but you know, it's not Questere now. It's J.C. New, it's Julius Caesar and Brick House and all the other products you put out. But when you look at, you know, reasons why people come to Tampa, there's a variety of reasons. If I had to give somebody a tour and I had an hour, Ybor City would be part of it. But if it wasn't for your family's business, it's that one. You see it in the movie that you show, Flower of Tampa, Flor de Tampa. You can pull it up on YouTube from the 1950s. They make a visit to your factory in the 1950s, 1956 maybe. But you're the last corridor to the past. You know, I mean, you walk into your building or you walk onto your property, and it's that it's like walking into Plant Hall at University of Tampa. You're walking into living, breathing Tampa history. So it's very important, and it's interesting to see the expansion. The Sanchez y Haya building across the street is a huge undertaking because you see the current condition of it. The park that you have built, the Cigar Workers Park, and then now this historic tobacco barn. I had not heard about it, but again, it tells the story of how tobacco is kept and stored. You talked about the bourbon trail and other things. What you're doing is another reason for people to come to Tampa. There are people that come to Tampa specifically to drink a certain wine at a steakhouse or to go to a sporting event or to go to a museum. This is just an addition to it. So and by doing that with the hotel concept across the street, it's not just people visiting, but it gives people a reason to stay. And with that, you're going to offer amenities, you know, beer, wine, alcoholic beverage, whatever it is, on top of tobacco, on top of, it's the hospitality, right? And it keeps people coming back. And this is very, very important. And it's a wonderful endeavor. And it's nice that it's family owned and you're the current caretaker and you're the current generation that's going to keep it alive. Like I've told you in the past, when I visit my grandparents in the cemetery, I go by the Millard Newman mausoleum. It's not too far away, but the Newman name is so significant to our history, and I thank you for making these investments, and thank you to your family.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had the pleasure of being raised around that neighborhood my first 4, 5, 10 years of my life, and then we went upscale to the housing projects. But I can tell you that the Lopez family was there on 15th Street and northeast corner of 15th and 16th, that garage that was there. Yeah. And I can tell you that one of the daughters was a teacher. I can tell you that across the street, the cafe you're talking about was a Neto's Cafe. And when you walked in, you had a front door and a side door, then you had a long bar in the front. Not that I drank, I just remember going in to see some relatives that were living upstairs. And mostly were men that were single, that were working odd jobs. And they were of age, but they were very happy there. You had a place for them to stay. I can also tell you that not far from you is a park called Cascading Park, which has 2 Hall of Famers in the Baseball Hall of Fame. That neighborhood also had a drugstore just down the street from you, Gustavito's Drugstore, which is Freddie Pacheco's father, who Freddie Pacheco was a great artist, but he's also known as Muhammad Ali's doctor. So that story there's got a lot of history in it. I remember growing up there, and you had a lot of boxers there, Tommy Gomez, Danny Delnico, all them guys grew up in that neighborhood. That's why I didn't mess with them. But I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the public would like to speak? Okay, Councilman Carlson, would you read, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions about the site plan. I noticed bike parking, and so I just kind of have to bring it up. So you have bike parking with the hotel, and I saw a little bit at the park, if I'm correct.
Yes, I don't think I don't have site plans with me, but yes, what's amazing now is people bike to us, and the new 15th Street cycle track is amazing. It's just going in right now, and we're seeing people already use it before it's fully commissioned. And
Well, just so you know, there's actually a new bikeway coming in on 18th and 19th as well that's going to go down to I-4 that will connect that. I'm actually giving a tour of that on Sunday. For anybody interested in cycling. But yeah, so you're gonna have 2 north-south bikeways. If you didn't already know about that. So that's why I'm interested in the bike parking when I saw it, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you're gonna have a lot of ability to get around for both your visitors and your staff.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. People ride their bikes. We have scooters, and people have been walking, particularly from Hotel Hyatt and the Hampton Inn, underneath the interstate to come and see us. And so we've been trying to encourage FDOT to make the underpass nicer, safer, because we're pulling up, people will come to Tampa, San Ybor City, look on Google Maps and see it's only a 5-minute walk from 7th Avenue, but they don't realize that it's not necessarily the most attractive right now, and so, but it's improving.
Anyone else in the public would like to speak on any of the items? Okay, so.
Can I say one thing and then I'll make a motion?
Sure, you can read 6.
Thank you.
You read 7, you read 8, you read 9, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks. Just a comment real fast, as my colleagues commented. Thank you to your family for making the investment in Tampa's history and future. Thank you to you for coming back. It shows that we can get our smart and best and brightest people back from places like New York and DC, and then you can bring your history of Tampa plus all that back. But also, in particular about this, I want to thank you all for voluntarily limiting the hours of operation and the outdoor amplified sound, because those are things probably Tyler told you, those are things we always ask for, but you and your family have a sensitivity to all of that, and so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to move file number.
So, thank you. No, there wasn't. So I appreciate you. Yes. All those in favor? No, we have to do a roll call for closing them. Oh, not for closing? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposes closing?
Oh, you know what? No.
Okay. Yes, you're recognized, attorney.
Thank you. All 4 have revision sheets.
Correct.
But I passed out numbers 6 and 9. Those are the revised revision sheets. So when you move 6 and 9, if you could make reference to revise.
Okay.
But otherwise, if you can include that in your motion.
Councilman Carlson and Miranda will be moving 9, so, okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I thought I heard the motion to close all the public hearings, but we still have to do number 5 after
Yeah,
this
no,
one.
I mean,
Just
just these.
6,
for this.
7, 8,
6,
and
7,
9.
8, and 9.
6, 7, 8, and 9.
Just for clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Okay.
Not little 5, it's out there by itself.
Okay, I'd like to move file number AB 2-25-05, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premise, and package sales off premise consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1601 East Columbus Drive, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing effective date, including the revision sheet. Revised revision sheet.
Second by Miranda.
Okay, roll call vote. Vieira,
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Clendenin. Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay. Councilwoman Hurtak, you're up next.
File number AB2-25-08, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, and ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2701 North 16th Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
And with the revision sheet.
You don't have a
Yes, I don't have a revised.
Right, you don't physically have it, okay.
Okay, roll call vote. Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Clendenin? Okay. Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, next one up. Mr. Maniscalco.
I'd like to read an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain plot, or tract of land located at 1530 East Columbus Drive, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing effective date, and including the revision sheet.
Okay, roll call vote. Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson? Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin? Okay, motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. And Mr. Miranda, your number.
Thank you, Madam Chair. File number AB 225-10, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on premise only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1509 East Columbus Drive, Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
And the revised.
And the revised sheet.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, roll call vote. Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson? Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Clendenin? Okay, motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at Old City Hall at the address of 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, Mr. Newman, you got what you wanted.
Thank you very much for your
Congratulations.
support and for your trust.
Where's that map that you talked about in your presentation, by the way, of the EPOR?
Oh, we handed out at our cigar factory, and I'll bring some copies by.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because Black English Bookstore is listed on there.
Yes, that's right. It is.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 5.
Good evening again, Council and Madam Chair. Leo DeBartoleben, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5 is AB 22503. This is for the property at 2330 West Horatio Street. The applicant is Charles Brook, and the property owner is BCI Soho LLC. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises only. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 4,249 square feet of indoor area that's divided between 2 levels, and 747 square feet of outdoor area for a total of 4,996 square feet. The applicant has proposed hours for AB sales consistent with Chapter 14, and the outdoor sound will end no later than 1 a.m. Here's an aerial map of the site.
We have something here, we can't see it.
Yeah, it's not updated, it's still showing the, item number
You
9.
see the Elmo? Oh, does this need to change?
That's the board.
There. It's coming. Not yet. There we go.
The subject site is outlined here in red. This site is on West Horatio Street here, between South Armenia Avenue and South Howard Avenue. This is on the, this is in the South Howard commercial overlay. You can see a mixture of the PD and commercial and residential uses. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. This is South Moody Avenue here and West Horatio Street, so it's on the corner. South Howard will be down here. This is an existing commercial office building that's going to be repurposed as a restaurant and a bar lounge use. You can see the site plan depicts the indoor area here. It's hashed, and you can see that there's first floor area and then second floor area, and the outdoor patio area is here. The provided parking is to the east of the site with access from West Horatio Street. I have some photos to show. This is the west elevation of the site. This is going to be South Moody Avenue and West Horatio Street here, and in the distance you can see South Howard Avenue. This is the elevation of the front. You can see some of the surface parking and the outdoor area here. Another photo facing west. You can see that the outdoor area is here. Close up of that outdoor area. This is facing north from the parking lot. This is a residential condominium. This is the McDenton's bar here, and so South Howard Avenue is over in the distance there. This is facing east on West Horatio. South Howard is here. Facing north on North Howard. You see the mixture of the commercial uses here on that corridor. This is facing south on South Howard. And then as we turn the corner, this is facing north on South Moody Avenue. And this is facing south on South Moody. And the site is going to be to our left. You can see the residential uses here. And this is facing west on West Horatio Street. There are 3 waivers requested. One is to reduce the distance separation from residential uses. 2 is to reduce the distance from other AB establishments and to reduce the required number of parking spaces. DRC staff reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Minor site plan modifications are required to be made between first and second reading, and I do have a revised revision sheet to add to the record. I'm available for any questions.
Councilwoman Horatio.
What is the distance between this establishment and residential?
The request that they're waiving from residential is 62 feet.
62 feet. And did I hear you correct? They want to have outdoor amplified noise until 1 a.m.
Well, that stipulation is on the site plan, so that it will end if they choose to have it on there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the record and for the applicant. Joined here this evening by Chaz Bruck. Chaz is the founder and owner of Three Oaks Hospitality. After I run through the presentation about this particular project, Chaz is going to speak a little bit about the vision behind the project and his background in hospitality. Thanks, Alex. So this building, it's a little bit of an unusual building if you drive by it. This was originally the clubhouse, the leasing office, the amenity space, the gym for the Madison, what's now the Madison condominium complex. It was converted to business professional office. This is actually, in a strange way, the birthplace of Armature Works. This is where Chaz and Adam, who are the developer of Armature Works, first sort of concepted the idea and where their first office was. It's about a 4,100 square foot building. There are no proposed changes really in the site layout at all. The intent here is to do an adaptive reuse of what's now a vacant office building. On the parking reduction that Leo alluded to, I think it's really important to note that there are 9 on-site parking spaces, but as a condition of this proposed site plan that's in front of you, we have imposed a requirement that this parking lot that's just really 2 parcels down, which is owned also by the same owner, be available for the exclusive use of the occupants, the invitees of this space at any time that the new Ciro's is open. So that's a binding site plan condition. If any of that parking availability were to be interrupted, that would be what's called a substantial deviation, which is the S1, the special use term for a substantial change, and require city council approval. The total parking count, when you include that lot that is technically off-site, but really just down the block, meets the parking requirement for 130 occupants. I think in candor, the occupant load's probably going to be less than that, but that's obviously where kind of life safety comes in and saying that 130 people can fit in there. I want Chaz to talk more about this. I don't want to steal his thunder, but the goal here is to reestablish Ciro's. Ciro's operated for 15 years in the basement of the Bayshore Royal condominium. The goal here is to move it 1 mile up Howard into this new space. I think the total occupancy is actually 130, but as I alluded to, and as Chaz can talk more about, that's probably on the high end. The Ciro's that operated in Hyde Park, just on the southern side of Howard, had about an 85, 90% occupancy. It's important to note that, food sales are a big part of this. This is not just a place to drink, that there is going to be a food program, just like there was at Ciro's. The goal is that this is a special occasion place, a place that really there isn't much of on Howard, particularly north of Swan at all right now. There are a lot of enormous venues that sell alcohol. There really aren't a lot of small venues, which is exactly the AB classification that we're seeking here. But the goal is that this is to retain the speakeasy concept, which again, Chaz will talk about more, but we are not applying for restaurant. That's why we're here, because of the hours and also because of some of the state license requirements, and that we'd have a quota license. The parking waiver, I alluded to this, on paper, it's a 76% parking waiver, which, if that typically were proposed in South Tampa, there'd be 3 levels full of people. But again, I want to explain, there is a adjacent parking lot that is just 2 parcels south of this site that is going to be tied together with this site. That site is not being wet zoned. You can't obviously wet zone parking areas in accordance with your code, but between this 2-block away parking lot and what's available on site, there's going to be adequate parking. This is not a place that we anticipate tons of people driving to by nature of the use. But when you look at areas like this portion of South Tampa, the Howard overlay, you have to be creative with land and parking. This is not a place, this is not Target, this is not Walmart. There are not giant open surface lots. So we think that this, again, technically off-site parking is going to accommodate what we need. Chaz will talk more about this in a second. We had an open house on April 2nd with, we invited the entire notice radius, but we also made an effort to really make sure there were a lot of folks from the Madison condominium complex. We worked closely with the property manager there. There were about 25 neighbors in attendance. It was very memorable because it was probably 98 degrees inside because the air conditioner didn't work. And it was about an hour-long conversation, and there was not a single person there that was in opposition. That's surprised me, to be candid. We can all be realistic about what we're talking about here. Everyone that was there was, that I spoke to, that Chaz spoke to, that Alex spoke to, was excited about something going here. There were people who were excited about Ciro's coming back. Ciro's is a beloved Tampa establishment that had a great 15-year run that unfortunately came to an end due to damage to the building. But there was a lot of enthusiasm to have something different on Howard than what's there now. And I know that there are some support letters in the record. I want to read the names and addresses of those. Jeffrey Forte, Alex Suit, Stella Kwan, and James Yor. All of those individuals are either residents or owners of units in the Madison and wrote in support. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Chaz. He's going to talk more about his business and his vision for the site. Thank you.
Hi, you guys. Chaz Bruck, 124 Baltic Circle. Before I get into this, I just want to speak as the Heights developer.
thank you for supporting Drew. I've known him for a long, long time. That project's awesome, and it's really going to help tie the neighborhoods. So I'm the owner of Three Oaks Hospitality. As you guys know, we own about 15 concepts now in Tampa Bay. Me and my brother Kyle started this company in 2010. The first restaurant we did was Ciro's and Boca the same year. We're not typically hospitality owners. I'm a real estate developer who foolishly got into the hospitality game. We do this to try to create better co-tenancy in Tampa, better concepts, and I think we've been great stewards of the properties that we do own. Many of our concepts have been around for a long, long time. Ciro's, like we said, would be still open if the Bayshore Royal Foundation was not failing. We employ about 1,600 employees in Tampa through our different affiliated hospitality companies. This particular restaurant would employ about 85 people. We currently have restaurants in the Heights District of Armature Works, Hyde Park Village, Harbor Island. We're currently opening this summer on McDill, Dats. It'll be called 1983. So we operate significant properties around the city of Tampa, and I think we've done a great job. And I think we've also helped push other restaurateurs to do a better job. I think we've also helped make Tampa have a national name and international name. Ciro's used to be on the international bar list. That's pretty cool. You go around the world and people know what Ciro's is, and they know it's in Tampa, Florida, just like what you're talking about with Burns. I've owned this building since 2010. It used to be our office. Don't really know what to do with it. This idea kind of came about when we had to close Ciro's. I was like, we had an office tenant in there. They left. The timing kind of worked out. It's like, it would be great to keep Ciro's. I've thought about many times moving Ciro's. I think it needs to stay in Hyde Park. It's been a staple. It was the catalyst for many, many things in Tampa. Many of our staff and bartenders currently work in all the other bars in Tampa, such as Hotel Bar, Gin Joint, The Addition. It was a catalyst. It was a breeding ground for a lot of these people and a lot of other concepts to grow and help further evolve Tampa and its hospitality scene. Tampa is on the national map. I travel around, people talk about Armature. They still talk about Ciro's. They talk about Emberd. I'm proud of these concepts. I'm proud to call Tampa home and that we're able to create these in Tampa and continue to do better things here. Like Tyler said, we had a neighborhood meeting. Very much to my surprise, everybody there showed up in support. It was a great meeting. It was a productive meeting. A lot of people were happy to hear that it was going to be Ciro's that we're putting there.
Did you feed them or something?
Yeah, there's wine and care, but I'm
no
just saying,
opposition.
I went into that one, a little skeptical, but it was one resident even showed up. She used to live in Bayshore Royal, and she goes, "You guys were awesome." I mean, again, we operated that restaurant for 15 years in the bottom of a condo building, the only commercial restaurant in all of Bayshore besides the Colonnade, but integrated into a building. And we operated there for 15 years with no issues. And for somebody to come say that they enjoyed us and they would love to see us reopen and she lived there, it's a compliment. And again, I think that just goes back to further speak of, me and my brother do this to honestly make Tampa better. And we're good stewards of our property. We're not going anywhere. And I think it's a catalyst for many of the other things that are helping to grow Tampa. And yeah, that's it. Open questions.
Councilwoman Horatio.
I have to ask about the outdoor sound till 1 a.m.
Absolutely.
That just seems, with the distance to residential, seems like it could be a concern for people.
So we face a parking garage in McDidden's outdoor patio. We're going to add tons of foliage. So again, Ciro's concept, as you guys all know, is private. It's not open. That patio there is not going to be open to the public. It's going to be heavily screened. When you're walking by, you're not going to know it's there, right? Ciro's was secret. It's a hidden door under a condo building, right? And we're going to try to replicate that as best as we can. It's meant for
occasion nights. It's a supper club. It's not a bar. Our tenants, our clients are that higher end customer that honestly, this might be the catalyst to help change a little bit of this Howard Avenue area, just like we've done in other places. We're going to put something nicer in there. It might start to push those guys to do something nicer. It should be what's in this area, and help push those other bars. I used to live there. That's how I bought this property. I lived in the townhomes on Moody. I lived there for 6 years. Then that office came available. Then the lot came available, and Adam and I worked there for, I think, 8 years. So I know the neighborhood very, very well. The music, if we're playing any music outside, it's not loud music. It's background elevator music. It's not, again, it's not a club. It's not DJs. Ciro's never had an outdoor patio. It might be a cool feature. I still don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it, but it's one of those evolutions. You know, for years when we operated in Bayshore Royal, Ciro's was packed. You couldn't get a reservation there on Fridays and Saturday nights. I was too afraid to always move it, even though we had the customer base. Like, where do you put it? This is one of those cool, unique buildings with the atrium that could be impactful and different. But I hear your concern. And again, we're not here to be a late night club.
I have a question.
In fact, that was done 10, 15 years ago. I forget what it was, and I think he bought the parking lot. You guys came in and bought it all, right?
I bought the parking lot. We bought the office from
the building next to it.
I didn't buy the building next to it.
Okay.
I should have.
I saw the remodeling going on for the last month and a half or so.
I mean, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
But
I'm not questioning your ability. I'm not questioning your restaurant, you know, the way you handle things, the way you do business. But the only thing that I want to clear up is when I read section 27-128B, what is substantial deviation? What does that mean?
Thank you, Councilor Sean, Dock Development Coordination. So the site plan, if it is approved today, has that set of conditions. It's the use that's approved, the AB sales designation, the hours, which are agreed upon. A deviation from that plan is, say, a change in the parking layout. Something that is not consistent with the site plan as it is designed and approved today, as it would be approved. And then we look at the changes, the differences in the changes, if needed. Sometimes at the time of permitting, you may have to shift something on the site or change solid waste location. We look at that change that is required and determine is it substantial or not. So if you need to eliminate parking spaces, are you eliminating more than 10%?
My concern, and I have no big concern, but it is that the parking lot is part of the zoning, but it's not part of the zoning because they don't have any parking, so they can use this parking lot for their zoning, even though I think they own both sites, right?
Correct.
But what
Correct.
happens
So
if
there's
parking. If the parking lot is for whatever reason sold, I'm not saying you're gonna sell. What happens
So
then?
there's parking on site,
Yeah,
and the
I know they
applicant
do.
has requested a waiver. So through this process, they are covered through the waiver, even with the parking that's here on the site. The other parking that will be located on the other site is overage, is additional parking.
Well, the bottom part says reduce the required parking from 35 to 9.
There's a revision sheet.
Oh, the revision sheet's got something different?
Yes.
I don't have that.
Oh,
Well, I'm looking
we
at it.
provided those to you, to council, yes, and for the record. Yeah.
And Councilman Miranda,
35 to 9.
Tyler Hudson, for the record, I wrote that note, Councilman, that has the reference to I think it's 27-128B. The goal of that was to have a 100% unequivocal binding condition that parking lot is available only for this restaurant when it's open. So if those parking spaces got smaller or someone blocked the parking lot or it got sold and they use it for someone else, we'd have to come back here to get that change approved. That was the reason why. This was an attempt to sort of bind the sites together the best we can with the process that we have and lock it throw away the key. We have to have that parking available every minute the
I'm not
restaurant's
trying to
open.
close the operation, but,
Yep.
but it's still, the zoning for alcohol is one thing and the parking lot's another, even though it's combined into one. If the parking lot was to disappear, what happened to the zoning of liquor?
That's a substantial deviation under 128B, and we're back here asking for approval of that, because at that point, we'd only have 9 spaces, so
Thank you very much.
we'd be in hot water, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Johnson Velez? Yes.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So I often remind council of this when you ask questions about like outdoor amplified sound. This particular user is describing their intentions on this, but once you approve the alcoholic beverage permit for a site, you approve it with the conditions as they're on the site, not to a specific user. So I just want to remind council of that.
Councilman Carlson?
Thank you. So I used to live on Howard Avenue, and I saw when John Agri came in and tried to turn it into a culinary district, and then it converted to a bar district. And I saw the neighbors turn against the bar district. You all haven't been to Ciro's recently, but I remember in the beginning that you all set a new standard for the mixology industry and created a great name for the community. My problem is that on that corridor, the community really wants it to be more of a culinary district again. They want to get rid of the late night partying. Is there any chance if you guys were asking for a license in an area where you didn't have other liquor licenses around, it would be different, but somebody in the 90s went through and approved a whole bunch of them, and there's a high density of liquor licenses. Unfortunately, we don't have a designation for an entertainment district, but it's kind of turned into one, which the neighbors never wanted. Is there any way that you all could, like Drew did, limit the outdoor, especially outdoor amplified sound? He limited it to 10 o'clock and then the alcohol to midnight. I know that your business is alcohol and mixology, but that we get so many complaints from the neighbors about sound and people leaving pizza boxes and trash everywhere and all kinds of things that it would be helpful if it wasn't operating late.
If you guys recall last year, I came in here requesting an extension on Jekyll in Hyde Park Village to the 1 a.m. The business doesn't work if it can't be. Jekyll's suffering. I don't know how else to say it. So it doesn't work if rolling back the liquor license. And if that's the case, I'm not going to do it. But the outdoor amplified music, absolutely. We've never had it before. It's not part of the concept. You know, if I could roll that back to like 11, sure. You know, I think the patio would be, we can make it really cool and different and, you know, something integrated into the neighborhood. The 26 neighbors that did show up, they thought it was great, and it's not been part of the concept before, but I think it's part of the evolution of what it is, and, you know, could be interesting of how Ciro's could be there for another 20 years.
Any other questions? I wanted to ask you about the shared parking lot. Do you have a relationship with the parking lot?
I own it.
You own it?
Yeah, we've owned that lot for a long time. It's currently zoned SU2 and used as parking. It's been that way for a long time.
So that's where you would direct the guests to park?
Valet. Staff would park there, but we're going to be running valet out of the main lot, just like what we always did at Bayshore Royal.
All right.
It just happened to be, so next to us is another office building. He has it zoned for, I think, 10 or 11 townhomes that you guys approved last year. And then Whaley Center, or whatever it's called, I forget the marketing name, owns the lot in between us. And then we own the other vacant lot. So the Whaley's family used to own this lot, and I bought it from them when they sold the center. That's the history of it all. And I bought it for parking for this. This building was the clubhouse for the Madison Apartments. It was the leasing center, it was the gathering place, it was also the gym. That's why they only have 9 parking spots. But if even if it was, like I've leased it the last few years as office, it's needed the lot on Moody for 4,000 square feet of office. Obviously, 9 spots on site is not enough for a 4,200 square foot office building. And that office tenant has used the lot up on Moody historically, is the history of it.
All right, so anyone else? Good public comment on item number 5? It is 9. It was 5, and I'm sorry, but it's the same thing. Take your time.
I have an extra minute from one of the other people here. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Judy Farmer, thank you. An extra minute, please. If you could state your name.
Okay. Kathy Francor, 305 South Westland Avenue. I know City Council is very cautious now of approving any new wet zoning in the stretch of Howard from Swan to Platte. It's because of the piecemealing of approvals in the last 10 to 15 years that has created what is now thought of as an entertainment district, which it is not. These few blocks have drastically changed what our Courier City community once was, and businesses have not been compliant with what an overlay district is. That is what we are, described on the Tampa government website as a method of preserving the character of an area, to encourage development compatible with surrounding properties, and to maintain the unique characteristics of the area. These have not been followed by the existing bars. That being said, some of us are actually not in opposition of new wet zoning for Ciro Speakeasy. However, tonight I'm a little blindsided because of them announcing this outdoor area. Did not know that. I'll continue though. Having this parent company, Three Oaks Hospitality, wanting to come into our area is definitely a plus. Luckily, the speakeasy concept is that you aren't really supposed to know it's there. I'm just concerned that about if they ever decide to move again, which is where they're moving from Bayshore, or close down, what would the next place be or do? Remember, like the attorney brought up, that what you approve goes with the property, not the business. They mentioned not being a problem at the other previous place, but they also didn't have an outdoor area that I know of. We are requesting specifically 0 outdoor music or entertainment to be put on the site plan as a condition of approval. I was here months ago before Vizcaya opened. I came before you to ask that 0 outdoor music would be put on Vizcaya's site plan. They agreed to it. However, since then, they've had, and this is previously, they've had a food truck on the property with big speakers. They've had recently a singer with a speaker, a microphone, and a guitar. I'm not saying it's bad music, but I'm saying it's adding to, and the fact that they came before you to tell you they wouldn't have the outdoor music. And they do. So what gets approved and what they do are 2 different stories. So I do think it's important to let council know that we support places and ideas that are businesses whom are classy, non-disruptive, and can turn our area around for the better. Ciro's could be a positive addition for us. But our main issue is getting the excessive noise under control. We just need the city to help us with that, all the bad actors on Howard from Swan to Platte. Obviously, you all know that they play music so loud for the whole street. So I'm just praying that this noise ordinance that they're, or this noise study that they're doing will help us do that. Is that including my minute, extra minute? Okay.
Keep going.
So first, just asking, no outdoor music on this venue. We need to get the label of entertainment district off of us. We need businesses to be compliant with what an overlay district is and get the noise under control. And we could have a nicer, cleaner, walkable community again for all ages, not just the college kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yeah, I have, I'll give this to you. We've been here a long time. Pardon? Yes. My name is Virginia Crabtree, and I live at 410 Armenia. I actually live my condo is directly across the street from the building, and there are 200 occupants in our condo, and the Madison is split, Madison 2 and Madison 1. Madison 1 is on the other side of it, and it's 100, I think around 100 occupants. So, Kathy was speaking for us also, so I'm going to reiterate a lot of things. We knew the building was empty. We were worried about what was going to go in. We are very concerned about the amplified noise in the area. We would say the first thing, we want to make sure that we would love to have in the site plan written that no amplified noise can be outside. We really would like no noise outside. When we called, when we first got the information that something was going in there, we talked to about 3 different people, and they kind of explained the idea of a speakeasy. I didn't really understand it. And shockingly, I have not hung out in a lot of speakeasy, but I had heard of them, but they kind of explained it to me where it's kind of a low-key deal. But they did not say anything about anything outside. And I even asked explicitly, and they said no, there was not going to be anything outside. So we would like no music outside, and we would like also written in that there would not be any outdoor entertainment at any time. Now, there is a parking lot right next door, and those of you who have gone down Howard know that there's a lot of outdoor stuff going on that we do not like, and we would like to do everything possible to make sure that cannot happen across the street from us. So, I don't know, we just want to make sure that we have peace. And, I mean, a nice restaurant and everything, okay, but we do not want to have a lot of noise, and we do not want to have drunks. And I just don't see how you can have a restaurant going on till 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't see that working. And I think if people really think about it, I don't know. That's just what I see. We live around a lot of bars. And the other thing, I have no idea how you'll park those cars. Because parking that's an act of magic. So that's just my final thing. I don't know. I don't know how many cars they think they have and how many spots. That I don't know. They may have more information than I do. But I can tell you parking is a constant conversation over there. That's all I really have.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening again, council members. My name is Drew Newman. I'm here at this moment as a neighbor. I live about 8/10 of a mile from this location, and I want to here because I'm excited by it. When my family and I came back to Tampa, we chose a walkable neighborhood, a neighborhood that, as discussed earlier during the comp plan discussion, that has sidewalks and has streets and places you can walk to or bike to. One thing I didn't realize or appreciate when I came back is that Howard has changed north of Swan. And even though I don't feel old, I certainly feel old when I go on Howard north of Swan. And what excites me about this project is it's something different. It's an elevated concept backed by people who have a proven track record of other establishments that appeal to people a little older than the normal bar crowd that takes up on Howard. I love our neighborhood, and I respect the neighbors, and their concerns are very valid about minimizing the effects of everything on the neighborhood. And I just hope there's a path forward that can allow a more elevated establishment on Howard that doesn't disturb the neighbors, but hopefully will encourage other, I hate to say nicer, but other elevated establishments on Howard to kind of lift up that stretch of bars that I would love to walk to, but I avoid like the plague after the sun goes down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can't.
Sir, I'm sorry. You waived your time, sir, when you filled out the form?
Oh, yeah, okay. You're a waiver.
Yes,
you can't speak. Okay, Councilman Maniscalco.
so long we're delirious.
Yep. This is a question for the owner or the attorney, either one.
Yeah.
Huh?
You have a question?
Oh, I don't know. Okay, if CCTV can now change the camera back to Mr. Hudson, who's approaching the lectern.
Oh, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We're just waiting for the camera to transition over to your face.
Okay,
Okay.
great. Well, let's not do that.
It's coming. So I just had a question for you as we wait. So can the money's not in the outdoor amplified music. Can you deal with no outdoor amplified music and just obviously the alcoholic beverage sales were what, till 1 o'clock?
Sure. So on the sales, I haven't heard a ton of concern about the sales. That's inflexible. That we need that.
No, I'm not talking about that, but
The amplified?
do you have to have outdoor amplified music, or is it something that
So,
you can do without? If you put it on the plan saying no outdoor amplified music at all.
What I would ask, what we would propose is that, I mean, we can't control the outdoor amplified situation that's already enveloped Howard. We can't control that. And so some of the complaints about that, there's nothing we can do. We would propose, one, prohibiting any live music outside. That it's too small for that anyways, but we would certainly agree to that. We would agree that the only outdoor speaker at all would be on the patio, and we'd be willing to shut all of that off by 10 p.m. That's something that's common in other parts of the city. We're not trying to add further din, but I think 10 p.m. on the Howard corridor is a reasonable time to shut things off. And we talk about trying to change what Howard looks like. It changes when you let people like Chaz create concepts like what he's trying to do. If the only thing that we're going to condone on Howard is McDinton's, it's going to look like McDinton's. But we have to have some measure of trust and not just assume the worst case scenario. So we'd be willing to shut off all the amplified outdoor sound at 10.
Now, when you say no live music, does that include like a DJ? No DJ?
Yeah, I mean,
not just like someone with a guitar or a singer, but also electronic stuff, anything that would be more than something out of a speaker.
Yeah.
That's not the serious concept, as we all know. There are no TVs, and kind of.
State your name, please.
Chaz Brock again. Sorry. It's going to be garden speakers to fill in noise because there's so much road noise, and there's also other loud noise that comes. So like that was kind of the idea of, and like I said, we haven't done it, so it's giving us the chance to create this ambiance on this patio that could be kind of cool and different. It wasn't part of the original concept, so again, it's not DJs. We're not having bands out there. I've owned these lots forever. There's a reason why I've never leased them to Gasparilla parties or whatever that goes on in the other parking lots. We're good stewards of our properties, and part of I would add the foliage so you don't even see the garage or the units. You won't even really know that the patio is there. It's just kind of create its own little cave. and fill in that own little cave, so the outside isn't even you don't know you're sitting on basically Howard Avenue. It's kind of what I just created over on Dad's old property, our new patio there. Won't even know that you're on McDill. And that's kind of what we're going for.
So since you're not on Howard Avenue and you're, what is it, Horatio and Moody?
You're half block in.
You're buffered by buildings. You're not like McDenton's facing Howard and McDenton's is
We're
super loud.
Right. Behind, we're across from the patio is the entrance to the garage in the McDinn's parking lot, and to our east is the Chipotle dumpster.
So you would be amenable to shutting off the outdoor music or speakers by 10 p.m.? And this is 7 days a week? What are you?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I don't think it's honestly the right thing, especially on the weekends, to try to create the ambience that we want on that patio. I think it's going to make the patio suffer being completely silenced and then hearing all the outside noises coming in. But yeah, again, the landscape speakers we're going to put out there isn't to project out like what you have at the nightclubs around the corner. It's going to, anyways, you know what I'm saying, but.
Yeah, we don't have music in here, and it's a very happy environment, so it works.
Not yet.
No, but I get it, but out of respect.
But that's what I'm trying to, also, you're trying to block a little bit of that road noise and other ambient noises coming down the road out as well. And I think we're going to encapsulate it, but I would be amenable to the 10 p.m. I don't think it's the right thing long-term, but I think, but I'd be willing to do it. Again.
Okay, and Kathy, would you be good with that?
May I say something?
If you could just say.
So we would be amicable.
No, that's not how it works.
No, I'm not supposed to ask, but.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know that.
May I approach?
Approach.
Just to close it out.
Kathy Francor, 305 Westland. We would be amicable to that, 10 p.m., as long as it's on the site plan. And our concern was what the attorney brought up was, yes, they're agreeing to it, but what happens if they move out? So if it's on the site plan, 10 p.m., then we would be agreeable to that.
Okay.
So.
And the music has to be,
Tyler Hudson, for the record, what we're proposing, and if we're fortunate enough to have a motion in support, would that be the revision sheet be further revised to add a condition that says no outdoor amplified sound after 10 p.m. That's it. I think let's try to use an economy of words, and I think that gets us there. Thank you.
That works for me.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think everything that you all said is right, that this could be a turning point in trying to change things on Howard. I'm not generally in favor of adding high density of alcohol licenses, but if you all will do the 10 p.m., we could see if this works. Chaz, the problem is, I know you're in business for a long time, but the problem is, as they said, if somebody else comes in, somebody could, somebody.
Understood. We've owned the building for a long time.
Yeah.
We've owned the building for a long time, and if I go this route, we're hoping to be, we're going to be here for a long time. Shiro's was in business for 15 years. It would still be in business if it wasn't for the foundation of the Bayshore Royal where it was.
Councilwoman Hurd. Councilwoman Hurd.
So, what's the square footage of your space?
It's like 4,200-ish.
Okay, 4,200.
And that's divided, there's some awkward second floor space.
Staff, I have a question for staff. And this is I'm trying to because I know the building but vaguely, so what's an average size for a restaurant bar?
Leo DeBartolome, Labor Development Coordination. I don't think there is a minimum. This is a small venue, so their occupancy determines, what they're going for, what they're asking for.
What I'm trying to figure out is if people leave this, what kind of thing can go in there? that, so I'm trying to figure out, is this the size of, I don't know, give me like a random, this is gonna sound awful, but like a McDonald's, like, is it about the size?
The first floor is really 2,600 square feet. That's pretty small, and it's also inefficient because of the rotunda that's in the front there, so
So what we're looking at is, this cannot become a nightclub.
it's way too small.
Way too small for a nightclub.
It is.
So in order to become a nightclub or a bigger establishment, you'd be looking at a PD, a land
Tear down the
change.
building. If I could also add, we'd also be a large venue. So if there's more than
Okay.
300 people, we'd have to come back to get a large venue approval. We're just getting approved for small venue. So, you know, as a comparison, like Union or Boulogne, this is like a third of that size. It's just, it's small. It can only fit so much.
Okay, because that's, I want to just be able, for the neighbors to understand that this cannot become a giant nightclub because there's not room for it.
No.
And if they wanted to become a giant nightclub, they'd have to come back, they'd have to rezone. Yes, the zoning goes with the property, but with the size of the venue, it wouldn't be a moneymaker to turn this into a nightclub. They simply couldn't do it. I agree with the changes. I'm just saying it's not something that they could do easily. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Miranda.
No, in fact, your record speaks for itself. Any restaurant's gonna close, they close within the first 5 years. After you pass 5 years, you're gonna have a great chance of making it. And this room's about 2,200 square feet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Motion to close?
Second. Yeah, do you, any closing?
Oh,
No,
thank
Council.
you. Sorry. No, you're fine.
No, council, thank you for your patience.
Motion to close.
Second.
Okay. Do we have to have a roll call for that? Okay. All those in favor? Okay.
We're live.
Yeah, it's just our TVs. What's the pleasure of the
Ma'am?
council? Yes, you're recognized.
May I read it?
Of course.
All right. So I'd like to move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2330 West Horatio Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date, and on the site plan that it says no outdoor amplified music after 10 p.m. 7 days a week, and then the alcoholic beverage sales were 1 a.m. I believe.
No.
Wait, what was it? 12?
No, it's chapter 14.
Chapter 14, I'm sorry. So the outdoor amplified music ceases 10 p.m. 7 days a week, and then the alcoholic beverage hours consistent with chapter 14.
I think it's sound instead of music, right? No,
Amplified
He's right. We said-
Amplified sound. Susan Johnson Velez, you're recognized.
With the revision sheet. With the revised revision sheet. Yes.
Okay. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're still there. Okay.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Haven't said it.
There you are. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Hurtek,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Clendenin. Motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, new business, Mr. Carlson.
None, thanks.
Ms. Hurtak?
Okay, y'all, we're still in meeting. Yes, I just wanted to announce that if anybody wants to see what the new segments D and E of the Green Artery look like and want to join me on a bike ride to see that, we're going to be doing that. It leaves at Henry and Ola at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Bring your bike, bring a helmet, and look forward to some fun.
And your pigtails.
Oh, yeah, and my pigtails, yes. Well, I still have this long hair, so I can cut it off.
Maniscalco.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to wish a very special happy birthday to the greatest legislative aide of all time, Lisa Edwards. She's celebrating her birthday today. I hope whatever she is doing or has done, that she enjoyed it. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And Mr. Miranda.
I just want to say the University of Tampa won today 8-1. They're one game away to going back to the World Series.
Yay!
Baseball.
Go Spartans. Can I have a motion?
And- and if
what-
I may,
Oh, yes,
Vera?
you, of course, I'm sorry, you're recognized.
Yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate that. Couple of quick things, if I may. On June 5th, we were going to have the Public Safety Master Plan report, and I've spoken to the parties for Tampa Fire only, not Tampa Police Department. I wish to move that to June 26th. TPD will still present on June 5th, and then I have another motion to clear the calendar of June 26th. So that we don't go in excess of the dates. There was a calendar conflict with the union on June 5th. They apparently have a convention, so I wanted to move it to a time when they could make it, and that would be June 26th. But again, this is only for fire. Police goes on June 5th.
Second.
Okay.
My only concern is that we have 8 items already.
I know. But I'm moving one of them. I'm moving one of them after this. So.
Well, we have to approve this before we can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
And you have my word, I'll move it.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second by, who was the second by? Maniscalco. Roll call vote. Darlene, you still looking for that number?
Okay, roll call vote. Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Hurtek?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Glendinning? Okay, motion carried unanimously with Glendinning absent.
Thank you, council. Then along with that, I had a motion for the Sulphur Springs fiscal budget. I wish to move that to June 26th to September 4th. It'll still be before the budget. It'll be after the mayor's presentation, but it'll still be in time for the budget. So that's my motion to make room for that report.
Okay. Second by Maniscalco. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda? Maniscalco? Hurtek?
Yes.
Glendinning? Okay, motion carried unanimously with Glendinning absent.
Thank you, council. And then one last motion that I had, a lot of us read in the paper or in the news about the double murder at the Capitol Jewish Museum at Washington, D.C. In talking to some folks in the community, I'd like to have a written report because we're seeing a lot of concerns. This was at a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C., and obviously it's something that strikes a chord in a lot of people locally. So, and I've already called up Chief Burkaw on this. Is to have a written report, not in person, on what programs exist for relevant stakeholders, could be of any faith. What triggers this is the incident in Washington, D.C., for hardening of buildings and institutions against acts of violence based upon religious affiliation. I wish to have this on, to give them time, the first week that we can in July, which I think is July 10th, I believe it is. And it would be just a written report. And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I'm sorry,
no
what?
time
I
in
didn't hear
July.
Yeah, we're on vacation.
Oh, okay, July 17th then, is that?
We're on vacation.
No, we're on vacation.
Oh,
The
okay,
17th,
okay.
the 17th is when the mayor presents the budget.
Okay, let's do, I
Yeah,
mean,
like,
and this is a written report, so it's not a.
Y'all
it's a
second it
written
for the
report.
17th.
Okay, there you go, 17th. Yes, sir, thank you. That's my motion. Thank you, council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, written report.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call vote. Carlson? Miranda? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Hurtek?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Clendenin. Okay, motion carried unanimously with Clendenin absent.
Can I have a
Thank you,
motion to
council.
receive and
That
file?
is it. Thank you.
No,
Charlie?
he's done.
He said no.
Yeah, Viera was the last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All those in favor, do we need to roll call that one? Michelle?
No.
Did you? Okay, motion to receive and file. Exactly, okay. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. What time is it?
We witnessed the transformation of these sedate Tampa businessmen.